This story is an invitation to let go of the day's burdens. As you listen, there is nothing you need to understand, remember, or accomplish. Simply let the words fall slowly, like snow on a silent garden. Throughout the story, you will accompany a young man who learns, alongside an elderly monk, the simple art of sweeping the snow that never stops falling. In this humble and repeated gesture, you will find an ancient lesson, that peace lies not in finishing things, but in fully inhabiting the moment you hold in your hands. If you surrender to its slow rhythm, this fable can soften the tension in your shoulders, calm the incessant murmur of your thoughts, and lead you, without haste, to a deep and restorative sleep. Let your breath become long and gentle. You don't need to get anywhere. If these stories help you relax, subscribe to the channel to join you each night on this journey to calm. Part 1. The Arrival. At the top of a mountain that few knew, where the paths became thin as threads and the air became clean and cold, there was an old monastery of wood darkened by the centuries. No one remembered who had built it, or in what year, or for what exact purpose. It was simply there, leaning against the hillside, as if the mountain itself had dreamed it one night and upon waking decided to preserve it. The monastery was not large. It had a courtyard of stones polished by the rain, a well of water so clear it seemed not to exist, a few narrow cells, a kitchen with a hearth that was always warm, and a large bare hall where the light entered from the side in the afternoons. Behind the main building lay a garden, and beyond the garden began the pine forest, and beyond the forest the sky, which at those heights seemed much closer than usual. One afternoon in late autumn, when almost all the leaves had fallen, and the wind carried the first scent of winter, a young man climbed the path that led to the monastery gate. He was tired. He had walked for many days, leaving behind villages, rivers, and valleys, without really knowing what he was looking for. He only felt a restlessness within him that wouldn't let him rest, a kind of hunger that wasn't for food, a question that had no words. The young man stopped in front of the wooden door. His heart was racing, partly from the climb, partly from something he couldn't name. He raised his hand and knocked gently. The sound of his knuckles against the old wood was quickly lost in the vast silence of the mountain. A long time passed. Nothing moved. The young man thought that perhaps the monastery was empty, abandoned, and that he had made such a long journey only to find silent walls and dust. But just as he was beginning to feel discouraged, he heard slow footsteps on the other side of the door, unhurried footsteps, as if the person approaching knew they had all the time in the world. The door opened slowly, silently. An old man of medium height appeared in the doorway, slightly stooped with age, dressed in a worn grey robe. His face was etched with fine wrinkles, and his small, dark eyes held such profound serenity that the young man, looking into them, felt something within him quiet despite his efforts. "You have walked a long way," said the old man. It wasn't a question. It was a serene observation, spoken in a soft, slightly hoarse voice, like the sound of water flowing over stones. "Yes," the young man replied. "I've come from very far away. And what are you looking for here, so high up, where hardly anyone goes?" The young man opened his mouth to answer, but found he didn't know what to say. He had imagined this moment many times along the way. He had rehearsed entire speeches, elegant phrases about truth, about the meaning of life, about the peace he couldn't find. But now, before those calm eyes, all the words melted in his mouth, like snowflakes on warm skin. "I don't know," he said at last, with a sincerity that surprised even him. "I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. I only know that I can't rest, that inside me there's something that never shuts up." The old man looked at him for a moment, and something appeared on his lips that wasn't quite a smile, but something close to one. "That's a good answer," he said. "Much better than any of the ones you'd prepared." The young man blushed, because it was true, and because he didn't understand how the old man could know. But he said nothing. "Come in," the old monk continued, stepping aside to make room for him. "It's cold, and night is about to fall. You won't find answers here because I don't have any, but you will find a fire, a bowl of soup, and a corner to sleep in. Sometimes that's more than a man needs." The young man crossed the threshold. As he passed, he felt he was leaving something behind, though he couldn't have said what. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and the cold outside remained on the other side, along with the road, the weariness, and the long day. The interior of the monastery was dimly lit. It smelled of old wood, wood smoke, and something else. A faint, clean scent that the young man didn't recognize, but would later learn to associate with stillness. The old man led him down a narrow passage to the kitchen, where a hearth kept the air warm, and a clay pot rested on the embers, giving off a fine, fragrant steam. "Sit down," the old man said, pointing to a worn cushion by the fire. "You'll eat, and then you'll sleep. Tomorrow there will be time for everything else." The young man sat down. The warmth from the hearth reached his weary bones, and he felt the chill of the road slowly begin to leave his body, like water trickling from a soaked cloth. The old man filled a bowl with soup and handed it to him without a word. It was a simple soup, made with vegetables and roots, without any strong flavors. But the young man found it one of the most comforting things he had tasted in a long time. They ate in silence. The old man asked no questions, and the young man, surprisingly, felt no need to fill the void with words. There was something about that silence that wasn't awkward, that didn't demand anything, that was simply there, wide and serene, like the sky above the mountain. When they finished, the old man gathered the bowls, washed them with water from the well, and carefully placed them back in their spots. Every movement of his was slow, precise, and deliberate. There was no hurry in him, no impatience, no distraction. He seemed entirely present in everything he did, as if washing a bowl were as important as anything else in the world. The young man watched him, fascinated without knowing why. In his previous life, down below in the towns and villages he'd left behind, everyone did things haphazardly, their minds already on the next thing, eager to finish so they could start something else, which in turn they were eager to finish. No one washed a bowl as if washing a bowl mattered. And yet, now that he saw it, it seemed obvious to him that this was the right way to do it, though he wouldn't have been able to explain why. "Come," the old man said when he finished. "I'll show you where you'll sleep." He led him down another corridor to a small bare cell. Inside, there was nothing but a mat rolled up in the corner, a folded blanket, and a narrow window through which a sliver of night sky could be seen, dotted with stars so clear they looked freshly washed. "It's not much," said the old man, "but it's enough. It's more than enough," replied the young man, and he meant it. The old man felt satisfied and prepared to leave, but before going out he stopped at the threshold and turned to look at him. "What's your name?" he asked. The young man said his name. The old man repeated it softly, as if savoring it, and then nodded again. "Here, in time, you may discover that your name matters less than you think," he said. "But for now, it will do. Get some rest. Winter starts tomorrow, and there's work to be done." And with that she left, closing the door softly behind her. The young man spread out the mat, wrapped himself in the blanket, and lay down. Through the narrow window, he gazed at the stars, more numerous and brighter than he had ever seen them. The silence of the mountains surrounded him on all sides, a silence so vast and so profound it was almost audible, and for the first time in a long time, without quite knowing why, he felt something akin to peace. He soon fell asleep, and that night, in the bare cell of the old monastery high on the mountain, he slept as he hadn't slept in years, soundly, without restless dreams, without the constant murmur of thoughts that had kept him awake so many nights. He slept as the earth sleeps beneath the snow. He slept like water at the bottom of a well. He slept, simply, without a care in the world. Part 2. The first snowfall. When the young man awoke the next morning, a soft white light filled the cell. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. Then he remembered. The road, the mountain, the monastery, the old man. He sat up on the mat and looked out the narrow window. It was snowing. The flakes fell slowly, in a slow and silent dance, settling on the windowsill, on the pine branches, on the stones of the patio. The whole world had turned white during the night and continued to whiten, flake by flake, with a patience that seemed endless. The young man stood for a while, mesmerized by the gentle, steady movement, feeling something inside him calm down to the rhythm of the falling snow. He stood up, folded the blanket, rolled up the mat, and left the cell. The monastery was silent. He walked down the corridor and reached the large room where the light used to come in from the side. But now the light didn't come in from the side. Instead, it spread everywhere, white and uniform, reflected by the snow outside. There was no one there. He searched for the old man in the kitchen, by the well, in the cells, but he couldn't find him. Finally, he went out into the courtyard, and there he saw him. The old man was standing in the middle of the courtyard with a broom made of branches in his hands, sweeping away the snow. He did it slowly, with long, rhythmic movements, pushing the snowflakes to the edges, clearing the stones from the center. And while he swept, the snow continued to fall, settling again on the stones he had just cleared, covering them in white once more. The young man stared, bewildered. The old man swept, and the snow fell again. He cleared a patch of ground, and before he finished, that same patch was already turning white again. It was a pointless task, an impossible task, a task destined to fail from the very beginning. And yet, the old man continued sweeping, calm, serene, without any sign of frustration, as if he didn't realize that his work was being undone as quickly as he was doing it. "Good morning," said the old man without looking up, as if he had known the young man was there all along. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes," replied the young man. "Very good. I'm glad." The old man continued sweeping. "The first sleep on the mountain is always deep. The air up here cleanses something inside. I don't know exactly what, but it cleanses." The young man took a few steps closer, still looking at the broom, the snow, the courtyard that was constantly turning white. "Forgive me," he said cautiously, "but you're sweeping the snow and it keeps snowing. You barely clear a patch before it's covered again. Isn't it a pointless effort?" The old man stopped. She leaned on the broom and looked at the young man with those small, serene eyes. And then she smiled, a broad, peaceful smile that lit up her wrinkled face. "Useless," he repeated, as if the word struck him as odd. "Tell me, why do you think I sweep the snow? To clear the yard, to get rid of it. And do I succeed?" The young man looked at the stones. which were already becoming covered again. "No," he insisted, "you won't succeed." Then, if I were to sweep the snow away, I'd be right. It would be a pointless effort, because the snow is faster than me, and more patient, and more persistent. The snow always wins, always. The old man paused. "But I don't sweep the snow to get rid of it." "Then why do you sweep it?" The old man picked up the broom again with both hands and resumed his slow, rhythmic sweeping motion. "I sweep the snow to sweep the snow," he said simply. "This movement, this flake, this stone, I don't sweep so the patio will be clean in an hour, or to finish, or to achieve anything. I sweep because I am sweeping now, and while I sweep, I do nothing but sweep. That's all. That's enough." The young man frowned, struggling to understand. "But then, you'll never finish." "No," said the old man, and there was a quiet joy in his voice. "I'll never finish, and that's all right. Who said things have to be finished? The day doesn't end, it turns into night. The night doesn't end, it becomes day. Winter doesn't end, it becomes spring. Your breath doesn't end with each exhalation, it becomes the next inhalation. Nothing ever truly ends. Everything transforms, everything continues, everything flows. The idea of ending is an idea we carry in our heads, not something that truly exists in the world." The young man remained silent, watching the broom going back and forth, the snow falling and settling, the stones clearing away and then being covered again. "Down there," the old man continued, "in the cities and villages where you come from, men are always rushing to finish. They finish one task only to start another, and while they're doing the first, they're already thinking about the second, and while they're doing the second, they're already thinking about the third. They're never really in the moment. They are always one step ahead, focused on the future, on what is to come, on what is still to come. And that is why they never rest. That is why they never find peace, even though they search for it endlessly. Because peace isn't about finishing. Peace is about doing. Peace is here, in this snowflake, in this stone, in this sweep of the broom." The young man felt those words touch something very deep within him, something he didn't fully understand, but which he recognized, like one recognizes a face from an unknown location. He thought about his former life, about that restlessness that wouldn't let him rest, about that nameless hunger that had driven him to climb the mountain. And he wondered if perhaps that wasn't exactly it. The inability to stay where he was, the constant yearning to get somewhere else, to finish, to achieve, to reach, something that always eluded him a little more. "Want to try?" the old man said suddenly, handing him the broom. The young man took it. It was lighter than he expected, made of thin branches tied to a wooden handle polished by many hands over many years. He held it awkwardly, unsure how to begin. "Sweep," the old man said, "but don't sweep to remove snow. Sweep just for the sake of sweeping. Feel the broom in your hands. Feel the weight of your body. Watch the snow move. Listen to the sound of the branch on the stone. Don't think about stopping. Don't think about anything. Just sweep." The young man began to sweep. At first, he did it badly, with jerky, uneven movements, constantly thinking about the snow falling again, getting frustrated every time he saw what he had just cleared covered over once more. His mind raced. "This is useless. It's pointless. The snow is faster. I'll never finish." And the more she thought about it, the worse she swept, and the more tired she got, and the more frustrated she became. The old man watched him in silence. "You're fighting the snow," he said after a while. "You're sweeping against the snow, as if it were your enemy. But the snow is not your enemy. The snow is just snow. It falls because it's in its nature to fall, just as it's in your nature to sweep. You're not at war. You're dancing. Dancing, said the young man without stopping sweeping. Yes, the snow falls. You sweep. She gives. You take away. She covers. You clear. It's not a fight one has to win. It's a dance that lasts as long as it lasts, and it's beautiful precisely because it has no end. Let go of the idea of winning. Let go of the idea of finishing, and then you'll see that sweeping the snow isn't a punishment, but a gift. The young man took a deep breath. She tried to let go of the thoughts racing through her mind. She tried to feel the broom, the weight of her body, the soft chill of the air, the sound of the branches on the stone. She tried to see the snow not as an enemy to be vanquished, but as a dance partner. And little by little, almost without realizing it, her movements became slower, longer, more rhythmic. The frustration subsided, her mind quieted, and for an instant, just for an instant, she stopped thinking about finishing, stopped thinking about the falling snow, stopped thinking about anything, and simply swept. It was a very brief moment. Immediately, the thoughts returned. This is useless. I'll never finish. But the young man had tasted something, a flavor, a glimpse, a crack through which a different light filtered, and she knew, without being able to explain it, that she had found what she had come looking for, even though she didn't yet know what it was. Good, said the old man who had been watching her. You felt it. Just for a moment, but you felt it. That's enough for today. The young man stopped, leaning on the broom, breathing a little heavily. He looked at the yard. The snow covered him almost completely, as if he hadn't swept at all. And yet, he felt no frustration. Instead, he felt an experienced calm, a quiet serenity he had never felt before. We'll sweep again tomorrow, said the old man, and the day after tomorrow, and every day this winter and every winter to come. The snow will keep falling and we'll keep sweeping. Not to finish, just to sweep. And the young man, watching the snowflakes that fell slowly in the cold morning air, nodded, not fully understanding, but beginning to grasp. Part 3. The first days. Thus began the young man's life in the mountain monastery. The days followed one another with serene regularity, without surprises, without haste, marked by the slow rhythm of simple tasks and the silent passage of the hours. Every morning, before sunrise, the old man would get up. The young man would hear him moving through the monastery, his slow, unhurried steps along the wooden corridors, the soft sound of the water he drew from the well, the crackling of the embers he tended in the hearth. At first, the young man would lie on his mat for a while, drowsy, reluctant to leave the warmth of his blanket. But he soon learned to rise with the old man, to greet the day from its very first moment, when the sky was still dark and the stars still shone above the mountain. The mornings always began the same way. The old man and the young man would sit together in the spacious, bare room, on their worn cushions, facing the wall, and remain silent for a long time. At first, the young man found it very difficult. His mind was like a monkey leaping from branch to branch, unable to stop, jumping from one thought to another, remembering the past, imagining the future, judging, comparing, desiring, fearing. He would sit with his body still, but inside he was a whirlwind, a noisy marketplace, a relentless storm. Don't try to stop your thoughts, the old man told him one day, when the young man complained that he couldn't calm his mind. That's like trying to still the water in a pond by stirring it with your hands. The harder you try, the murkier it gets. Simply let thoughts come and go. Don't chase them. Don't push them away. Watch them pass as you would watch clouds drift across the sky or snowflakes drift through the air. You are not the clouds. You are not the snow. You are the sky through which they pass. You are the space in which they appear and disappear. Stay there, in that space, and let everything else come and go. The young man tried. He didn't always succeed, not by a long shot. Most of the time, he found himself entangled in some thought, drawn into some story, lost in some memory or fantasy. But each time he realized it, he gently returned to the present, to his breathing, to the silence. And little by little, day after day, morning after morning, he began to notice that the water in the pond was settling a little, that the pauses between his thoughts were becoming a little longer, that the monkey in his mind was jumping around a little less. Don't get discouraged when your mind wanders, the old man would tell him when he saw him frustrated. Distraction is not a failure of meditation. Noticing the distraction and returning to it is precisely meditation. Each time you realize you've wandered and return, you are strengthening your attention, like someone strengthening a muscle by lifting a weight. If your mind wanders 1,000 times, and 1,000 times you gently bring it back without reproach, then you have practiced returning 1,000 times. That is true practice, not the absence of distraction, which is impossible, but the infinite patience to return again and again, without growing weary, without becoming angry with yourself, with the same gentleness with which a mother takes the hand of a wandering child and brings them back to her side. And above all, don't turn meditation into a struggle, or just another chore to complete, or a goal to achieve. Don't sit down to meditate to get anywhere, to attain any special state, to become someone other than who you are. Simply sit to be with yourself, with your breath, with the moment, without a goal, without effort, without ambition, just as you sweep snow to sweep snow. Meditate to meditate, nothing more. And then, without your seeking it, stillness will come on its own, like sleep comes to one who ceases to pursue it, and simply lies down, peaceful, in the darkness, and waits. The young man found great comfort in these words. Until then, he had experienced meditation as a struggle, as an exam he passed or failed depending on whether or not he managed to quiet his mind. And when he realized that distraction wasn't failure, that the simple act of returning was already practice, that there was nothing to achieve and nowhere to arrive, a great tension eased within him. He began to sit more lightly, with more kindness toward himself, without the anxiety of doing well. And curiously, it was then that he stopped striving so hard, when stillness began to visit him more frequently. After meditation came the chores. There was always much to do in the monastery, though none of them were urgent. Water had to be drawn from the well, the fire lit, food prepared, bowls washed, floors swept, broken items repaired, the garden tended under the snow, firewood gathered from the shed, and, of course, the snow swept from the courtyard, every morning, again and again, as long as the snow continued to fall. The old man performed all these tasks with the same serene attention, the same tranquil presence. For him, there were no important tasks and insignificant tasks, pleasant tasks and unpleasant tasks. Washing a bowl was as worthy of his full attention as anything else. Sweeping a floor was as good an opportunity to be present as sitting in meditation. Drawing water from the well was, in itself, a complete practice. People think the practice is only on the cushion when one sits to meditate, the old man told him one day, as they peeled some roots together for soup. But that's a mistake. The cushion is just a place to learn. Real practice is in everything else. Washing, sweeping, cooking, walking, eating, drawing water. True practice is found in all of life, in every gesture, in every moment. If you are only present when you meditate and the rest of the day you live distracted, then you haven't understood anything. Meditation is not something you do for a while and then abandon. It's a way of being in the world, all the time, in everything. The young man listened and tried to apply those teachings. He tried to peel the roots with full tension, feeling the knife in his hand, the texture of the root, the smell of the earth. He tried to draw water from the well with full presence, feeling the weight of the bucket, the coolness of the water, the effort of his arms. He tried to eat slowly, savoring each bite, without gulping, without thinking of anything else. He didn't always succeed. He would often find himself, mid-task, lost in thought, his hands doing one thing and his mind another. But each time he realized it, he would come back, and little by little, coming back became easier. One day, as they walked together to the forest to gather firewood, the young man asked the old man why he insisted on doing everything, no matter how humble, with such tension. Because the way you do one thing is the way you do everything, the old man replied. There are no big tasks and small tasks. There is only the task before you right now. If you do it carelessly, hastily, with your mind elsewhere, you are training your mind to live that way, careless, rushed, absent-minded. And then you will live your whole life like that, missing every moment. But if you do everything, however humble, carefully, calmly, and with full presence, you are training your mind to live that way, mindfully, serenely, and presently, and then you will live your whole life awake, missing nothing. That is why we sweep the snow with care. That's why we wash the bowls carefully. That's why we gather the firewood carefully. Not because of the snow, nor because of the bowls, nor because of the firewood. For the mind, for life, for the way of being in the world. Remember this. There is no such thing as sacred and profane, important and trivial separate. Everything can be sacred if you do it with presence. Everything can become profane if done with inattention. Carrying water and chopping wood, the ancients say, are tasks as worthy of an awakened heart as sitting in meditation. The miracle lies not in doing extraordinary things, but in doing ordinary things with an extraordinarily present heart. The young man treasured these words, and from that day forward, he began to see every small task differently, not as an obstacle to be dispatched in order to get to something else, but as an opportunity, yet another, to practice being present, to awaken, to live. And he discovered with astonishment that when he did the humblest things in this way, sweeping, washing, carrying water, chopping wood, these tasks ceased to be boring or burdensome, and were filled with a serene dignity, a tranquility, almost a beauty. Not because the tasks had changed, but because he had changed the way he inhabited them. In the afternoons, when the light began to wane and the cold intensified, the old man and the young man sat by the kitchen hearth. Sometimes they talked, sometimes they didn't. The old man told old stories, ancient fables he had learned from his own master many years before, when he himself had been a restless young man who had climbed the mountain in search of something he couldn't name. Other times they simply remained silent, gazing at the embers, listening to the wind that howled softly around the monastery, feeling the warmth of the fire on their faces. The young man discovered that these shared silences were, in their own way, a form of conversation deeper than words. In the silence, there was an intimacy, a closeness that words often couldn't reach. They sat together, two men separated by many years, but united by something difficult to name, and they didn't need to say anything. It was enough to be there, together, in front of the fire, while the snow fell outside and night enveloped the mountain. One afternoon, the young man dared to ask a question that had been on his mind for some time. "Master," he said, for he had begun to call him that, although the old man had never asked him to. "How long have you been here, on the mountain?" The old man took a while to answer. He gazed at the embers, his eyes holding the serene distance of someone recalling very ancient things. "I don't know," he finally said. "I've stopped counting the years. At first I used to count them, you know. I kept track, marked the passage of time, thought about how long I'd been here and how much longer I had to go. But one day I realized that counting the years was another way of not being present. It was living in time, in the idea of time, instead of living in the moment. So I stopped counting. And since then, I've been much freer. But don't you miss the world down there? The cities, the people, life?" The old man smiled. "Miss what? I have everything I need here. I have the sky, the mountain, the pine trees, the snow. I have the water from the well and the fire from the hearth. I have silence, which is the greatest of treasures. And I've recently come into your life with you. What more could I possibly want? He who desires more is never satisfied, even if he possesses everything. He who desires nothing has everything, even if he possesses nothing." The young man pondered those words. He thought about his past life, his constant striving for more, for more, for more. He thought about how the more he acquired, the more he wanted, a wheel that turned relentlessly and never left him satisfied, and he began to glimpse, vaguely, that perhaps the problem had never been what he lacked, but his own desire for things to be different. "Master," he said, "I think I've been discontent all my life. I've always wanted something I didn't have. I've always thought I'd be happy when I got such and such a thing, when I got to such and such a place, when I reached such and such a goal. But every time he got something, the happiness was short-lived, and he immediately wanted something else. It was never enough. He was never at peace." The old man nodded slowly. "What you're describing is the disease of almost all men," he said. "They call it many things, but at its core it's always the same, the inability to accept the present moment as it is. You're always living in the when. When I have this, when I get that, when I get there. And meanwhile, life passes you by. The only real moment you have, this one, right now, slips through your fingers, without you truly living it, because you're always somewhere else, in a future that never arrives, because when it does, you're already longing for the next one." "And how do you cure that disease?" the young man asked. "It doesn't cure itself all at once," the old man replied. "It cures itself slowly, day by day, moment by moment. You heal by sweeping the snow without wanting to finish. You heal by washing a bowl without wanting to move on to the next. You heal by eating a bite without thinking about what will come next. It's cured in a single word, learning to be here now fully without wanting to be anywhere else. And that, believe me, is the hardest thing in the world, because it goes against everything we've been taught. But it's also the simplest thing, because you don't have to go anywhere or achieve anything to accomplish it. The present is already here. We just have to stop running from it." The young man treasured those words deep in his heart. And that night, lying on his mat, gazing at the stars through the narrow window, he pondered them at length. She thought about all the years she had spent running from the present, chasing a future that never came, lamenting a past that no longer existed, and she wondered what it would be like to live differently, to live here, now, fully, without running away. The mere thought produced a mixture of vertigo and relief, as if she were peering into an abyss that was, at the same time, a home. Part 4. The Deep Winter. The winter grew increasingly intense. The snow, which at first fell softly and sparsely, began to fall more heavily, in storms that lasted for days and blanketed the monastery from top to bottom. The wind howled around the wooden walls, cold and biting, and at night the temperatures dropped so low that the well water became covered with a thin layer of ice that had to be broken every morning. The young man, who came from warmer climates, suffered from the cold. Her hands ached from sweeping the snow, her feet went numb, and sometimes, at night, she shivered under the blanket despite the fire. But she learned, little by little, not to fight the cold, not to reject it, not to wish it were otherwise. She learned to accept it, to avoid it, to be present with it. And he discovered, to his surprise, that when he stopped fighting the cold, it became more bearable. It wasn't that he stopped feeling cold, it's that he stopped suffering from it. Cold is just cold, the old man told him one particularly frigid day, as they both swept the snow from the patio with reddened hands. The suffering we add to the cold, that's something we create ourselves. The cold enters through the skin. Suffering enters through the mind. How cold is it? I wish it weren't so cold. I can't stand this cold. When will this winter end? All these thoughts are like fuel we throw on the fire of suffering. If you stop adding fuel, the fire goes out. The cold is still there, but the suffering disappears. Stay only with the cold, without the stories, without the complaints, without the wishes for things to be different. Just the cold, pure, as it is. And you'll see it's much easier than your mind tells you. The young man tried. It was difficult, very difficult. His mind wanted to complain, wanted to resist, wanted the cold to go away. But every time a complaint, a desire, a story arose, the young man tried to let it go, to return to the pure cold, to the cold without anything else, to the cold as it was. And he discovered that the old man was right. The cold was much more bearable when it stopped adding to his suffering. He was still cold, but the cold no longer defeated him. That lesson seemed enormous to him, because he understood that it applied not only to the cold, but to everything, to all the unpleasant things in life. Pain, discomfort, difficulty, loss. Almost all human suffering, he understood, came not from things themselves, but from resistance to things, from the desire for them to be different, from the stories the mind wove around them. Things in themselves were only what they were. We added the suffering. During those long weeks of deep winter, confined to the monastery by snowstorms, the old man and the young man spent much time together. The young man took advantage of this time to ask questions, many questions, every question he could think of about life, about the mind, about suffering, about peace. The old man answered some, left others unanswered, and returned others in the form of new questions for the young man to answer for himself. "Master," the young man asked one day, "what is enlightenment? How is it attained?" The old man laughed, a soft, warm laugh. "That's the question everyone asks sooner or later," he said, "and it's the wrong question. Questions like achieving enlightenment are asked as if it were a summit to climb, a goal to reach, a prize to win. But enlightenment isn't something to be attained. It's not somewhere you have to arrive. It's here now, right under your nose, closer to you than your own breath. The problem isn't that you don't have it. The problem is that you're looking for it. And in looking for it, you're pushing it away. It's like looking for your glasses when you're wearing them. The more you look for them, the more frustrated you get, without realizing they're right on your face. "I don't understand," the young man said. "Of course you don't understand, because you want to understand, and that's also an obstacle. Enlightenment isn't something you grasp with your mind. It's something you experience, something you are. Look, when you sweep the snow, and you just sweep, without wanting to finish, without thinking about anything. What is there in that moment? The young man reflected. There is peace, he said. There is stillness. There is... I don't know how to say it. There's a kind of silence inside, even though the hands are moving. That, said the old man, that thing you describe, that silence inside while the hands move, that peace without cause, that stillness in the midst of movement, that's it. It's nothing extraordinary. There are no lights, no visions, no great revelations. It's simply being fully here, fully present, without the noise of the mind that always wants to be elsewhere. Enlightenment is not about escaping ordinary life into something extraordinary. It is about discovering that ordinary life, lived fully, is already extraordinary. It is about seeing that the miracle is not somewhere else, but here, in this snowflake, in this bowl of soup, in this breath. The young man remained silent, letting the words sink in. Outside, the snow continued to fall, white and silent, covering the entire world with its serene mantle. But then, he finally said, there's nothing to be done. There is no path, no practice, nothing to seek. There is and there isn't, replied the old man, with that way of speaking in paradoxes that so disconcerted the young man. There is nothing to achieve, because what you seek is already here. But there's so much to let go of, because you've buried it under layers and layers of desire, fear, thought, and resistance. The path isn't a path towards something. It's a path of stripping away, of letting go, of removing. You don't add anything. You just remove what's superfluous. And when you've removed everything superfluous, what remains, that which was always there underneath, shines on its own, without you having to do anything. That's why we sweep away the snow, not to get a clean yard, to learn to let go, to learn to do without wanting to finish, to learn how to be. That night the young man had trouble falling asleep. The old man's words kept swirling in his head, opening doors, suggesting things he didn't quite understand, but which he sensed were true. He thought about enlightenment, about that thing he had unknowingly searched for, and about the idea that perhaps he didn't have to search for it at all, that perhaps it was already there, waiting beneath all the noise. And for a moment, just before falling asleep, he felt something, a glimpse, a crack of light, a peace so deep and so simple that it almost frightened him. Then sleep enveloped him, soft and deep, like the snow that covered the mountain. The temptation to leave. Not every day was peaceful and understanding. There were also difficult days, days when the young man doubted, when his old unease returned, when he wondered what he was doing there, high atop that cold, solitary mountain, far from the world, far from everything. One particularly dark morning, in the middle of the harshest winter, the young man awoke with a weight on his chest. He didn't know where it came from. It was simply there, a thick sadness, a despondency, a feeling of emptiness. He got up, sat down to meditate with the old man, did the morning chores, swept the snow. But he did everything soullessly, like an automaton dragging that weight that wouldn't leave him. In the afternoon, by the fire, the burden became unbearable. The young man suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to leave, to descend the mountain, to return to the world, to the cities, to the people, to the noise, to everything he had left behind. What am I doing here, he thought. Why so much snow, so much cold, so much silence? Life is down there, not here. I'm missing out on life, locked up on this mountain with an old man who speaks in riddles. I should leave. I should go back. The old man, who was washing some bowls by the hearth, seemed to notice something, because he stopped and looked at the young man with his serene eyes. "Today you are far away," he said softly. "Your body is here, but you are somewhere else." The young man hesitated. He was ashamed to confess his feelings. But the old man's gaze was so open, so without judgment, that the words came out on their own. "I want to leave," he said. "I'm thinking of going down the mountain, of going back to the world. I don't know what I'm doing here. I feel like I'm missing out on life." The old man nodded without surprise, without reproach. "I understand," he said. "It's normal. It happens to all of us, sooner or later. It happened to me too, many times, during my first few years here. The mind tires of stillness. It craves movement, noise, distraction, escape, and it constructs compelling stories about why you should leave, about everything you're missing, about the life waiting for you elsewhere." "And what did you do when it happened to you?" the young man asked. "At first I fought it," the old man replied. "I fought against the desire to leave. I suppressed it. I forced myself to stay. But that only made it stronger, because what you resist persists. Then I learned to do something else. I learned not to believe the stories. The desire to leave is just a thought, a wave that passes through your mind. You don't have to act on it. You don't have to believe it. You can simply watch it pass by, like you watch the snow pass by. Ah, there's the desire to leave. Hello, desire to leave. I know you. You come and go, like everything else. And you don't do anything. You don't leave. But you don't fight either. You just watch. And after a while, or a day, or a few days, the desire is gone, just as it came, without you having had to do anything." "But what if the story is true?" the young man insisted. "What if I really am missing out on life here?" The old man smiled gently. "Missing out on life? Life isn't down there, nor is it up here. Life is where you are, fully present. A man can live in the busiest city, surrounded by people and noise and 1,000 distractions, and be completely dead inside, absent, asleep, missing every moment. And a man can live alone on a mountain, in silence, sweeping the snow, and be more alive than anyone, fully awake, missing nothing. It's not the place that makes life, it's presence. You can flee this mountain, but you can't flee yourself. Wherever you take your body, your mind will go with you. If you don't find peace here, in this silence, you won't find it down there in that noise either. You'll look for it elsewhere, and then elsewhere, and then elsewhere, your whole life, without ever finding it, because you'll be looking for it outside when it's only within." The young man heard those words, and something within him recognized their truth. He thought about his past life, how he had wandered from place to place, from one thing to another, from one desire to another, always searching for something he couldn't find, always fleeing from a dissatisfaction that followed him everywhere. And he understood that leaving the mountain wouldn't solve anything, that it would only be repeating the old pattern, the old escape, the old mistake. "Stay," the old man said gently. "Not because I ask you to, but because leaving now would be running away, and running away never leads anywhere. Stay and go through this weight you feel. Don't avoid it. Don't repress it. Don't run from it. Go through it. Feel it fully. Make room for it. And you'll see that, like everything else, it passes. The darkest clouds also pass. The fiercest storm also subsides. And after the harshest winter, spring always comes." The young man nodded, and although the weight didn't disappear all at once, something changed in the way he carried it. He stopped fighting it, stopped trying to escape it, made room for it, let it be, passed through it. And little by little, in the following days, the weight lessened, the dark clouds dissipated, and the light returned, soft and serene, as it always does. That experience taught her something valuable. She learned that moods, like the weather, come and go, that sadness, discouragement, boredom, the desire to run away, are not truths about life but merely clouds passing across the sky of the mind. She learned not to take them so seriously, not to believe all the stories she was told, to patiently wait for them to pass, as everything does. And above all, she learned that running away is never the answer, that what is avoided persists, and that the only way to get through something is, precisely, to get through it. Part 6. The thaw winter, like all winters, eventually subsided. The storms became less frequent, the days gradually lengthened, and one morning the young man noticed, upon waking, that the air had a different smell. It was the smell of damp earth, of thawing snow, of something awakening beneath the snow. Spring was approaching. The snow began to melt, first at the edges of the courtyard, where the sun beats down most intensely, then in the center, then on the mountain slopes, which gradually revealed dark patches of earth and rock amidst the white. Meltwater flowed everywhere in small streams that sang their way down to the valley, and the monastery was filled with the constant murmur of water, a cheerful and lively sound that had been absent all winter. The young man watched this change with astonishment. For months, the world had been white, still, silent, asleep under the snow. And now, suddenly, everything was waking up, everything was moving, everything was singing. It was as if the entire mountain had been holding its breath all winter, and now it was finally exhaling in a long sigh of relief and life. "Look," the old man said one morning, pointing to a corner of the garden where the snow had just melted. "Look there," the young man said, looking. A small, fragile, tender green shoot emerged from the dark, damp earth, barely a thread of life reaching for the light. "It's been there all winter," said the old man, "under the snow, under the ice, in the darkness and the cold. It hasn't died, it hasn't given up. It has waited with infinite patience for its moment to arrive. And now, look, it sprouts, without haste, without effort, without struggle. When its time comes, it simply sprouts." The young man gazed at the small green shoot and felt his eyes well up with tears, though he didn't quite know why. There was something about that image, about that tiny life that had waited patiently beneath the snow and was now opening up to the light that touched him to his very core. "You know," the old man continued, "that's how the human heart is too. Sometimes it seems dead, frozen, buried under the snow of sadness or fear or confusion, and you think it will never sprout again, that it has been extinguished forever. But it's not like that. The heart, like that bud, is just waiting, waiting for its moment, waiting for spring to arrive. And when it does, it sprouts again, without you having to force it, without you having to do anything. You just have to be patient. You just have to wait and trust and let life take its course." The young man thought about the weight that had crushed him in the middle of winter, the discouragement that had made him want to leave, and he understood that this, too, had been a winter of the heart, a snow of the soul, which had also passed, which had also given way to spring. And he felt grateful for not having run away, for having stayed, for having waited. With spring, the monastery's tasks changed. There was no more snow to sweep from the courtyard, but there was much to do in the garden. The soil had to be prepared, seeds planted, and the buds that were beginning to appear cared for. The old man turned out to be a skilled and passionate gardener, and the young man learned from him, not by scoring the plants, but by working them with the same serene attention, the same calm care with which the old man made tonsai. The garden is a great teacher, the old man would tell him as they worked the land together. It teaches you patience, because plants grow at their own pace, not yours, and you can't rush them no matter how much you want to. It teaches you humility, because no matter how much you do, in the end it's the earth, the sun, and the rain that make the plants grow, not you. You only help, accompany, and care for them. And it teaches you to let go, because a gardener plants the seeds and then lets go, lets nature do its work, doesn't keep pulling at the sprouts to make them grow faster. He does what he's supposed to do, and then trusts. The young man learned to love that work. He liked feeling the earth between his hands, smelling its damp, fertile aroma, watching the sprouts grow day by day. She loved the garden's slow pace, its measured and steady rhythm, its serene indifference to human haste. And tending the plants, she learned lessons that went far beyond the garden. She learned patience, to trust time, to do her part and let go of the rest, not to force things, to respect life's natural rhythm. One afternoon, as they rested after a day's work in the garden, sitting on the patio in the warm spring sun, the young man asked a question that had been on his mind for some time. "Master," he said, "I've noticed that you never get angry, never become impatient, never get upset. Whatever happens, you're always serene, calm, at peace. How do you do it? How do you get to that point?" The old man laughed softly. "Do you think I never get angry?" he said. "Are you mistaken? I'm a man just like you. I have emotions just like you. Sometimes I feel anger, sometimes sadness, sometimes fear, sometimes impatience. These things don't disappear, not even after many years of practice. What changes isn't that you stop feeling emotions. What changes is your relationship with them." "What do you mean?" "Look, when an emotion arises, let's say anger, most people do one of two things. Either you identify with it, let yourself be swept away, become the anger, act from anger, and say and do things you later regret, or you repress it, push it down, pretend it isn't there, and then the emotion festers, rots, and reappears later in 1,000 twisted ways. Both are mistakes. There is a third way. What is it? To fully feel the emotion, without identifying with it and without repressing it. When anger arises, you acknowledge it. Ah, here's the anger. You feel it in your body, the heat, the tension, the energy. You don't judge it, you don't reject it, you don't let it sweep you away. You simply observe it, you feel it, you make room for it. And then you discover something amazing, that you are not anger. Anger is something that arises within you, that passes through you, like a cloud passing across the sky. But you are the sky, not the cloud. And by seeing this, by not identifying with the emotion, it loses its power over you. It's still there, you feel it fully, but it no longer controls you. You can feel anger without acting on it. You can feel fear without being paralyzed by it. You can feel sadness without being consumed by it. That is freedom. It is not about not feeling. It's about not being a slave to your feelings. The young man pondered these words for a long time. He thought about all the times he had let himself be swept away by his emotions, in all the things he had said and done out of anger or fear, in all the harm he had caused himself and others by identifying with what he felt. And he began to glimpse another way of experiencing emotions, a freer, more serene way, where emotions could come and go without sweeping him away, without controlling him, without making him their slave. "Practice this," the old man told him. "The next time you feel a strong emotion, whatever it may be, instead of acting on it or suppressing it, stop, breathe. Feel the emotion in your body, Observe it. Make room for it. And remember, you are not the emotion. You are the space in which the emotion appears. The excitement will pass. You remain. Do it again and again, for years, and little by little it will become natural. And then you will know a peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. A peace that is there, even in the midst of the storm, because it is not a peace of the emotions, but a deeper peace. The peace of the sky that remains serene even though the clouds pass, even though it thunders, even though it rains. Part 7. The Traveller. One morning in late spring, when the garden was in full bloom and the mountain was covered in green, someone knocked on the monastery door. The young man, who was drawing water from the well, was startled. In all the months he'd been there, no one had climbed the mountain. No one had knocked on the door. The monastery was so isolated, so far from everything that visits were extremely rare. The old man went to open it. On the threshold stood a middle-aged man, well dressed in good quality clothes, though stained with the dust of the road. His face was tense, his eyes restless, and he looked like someone carrying an invisible burden. Behind him, a little further down the path, 2 servants waited with horses laden with luggage. "Excuse the intrusion," the man said with a somewhat stiff courtesy. "I've heard about this monastery and the wise man who lives here. I've traveled a long way to find him. I've come seeking peace." The old man looked at him with serene eyes, without surprise, without judgment. "Come in," he said simply. "There's no wise man here, just an old man and a young man sweeping snow and tending a garden. But there's a fire, a plate of food, and a corner to rest in. Come in." The man entered, leaving his servants and horses outside. The old man led him to the kitchen, offered him tea, and they sat down together. The young man, curious, stayed nearby, pretending to attend to some tasks, but listening attentively to the conversation. "Tell me," said the old man, "what brings you so high up?" The man sighed, and suddenly the words poured out of him, as if he had been holding them back for a long time. "I have everything," he said. "That's the truth. I have everything and I'm not happy. I'm a rich merchant, one of the richest in my city. I have a huge house, servants, land, more than enough money to live 100 lifetimes. I have a wife, children, a good reputation. I have everything a man could want, and yet I find no rest. I don't sleep at night. During the day, I'm anxious, restless, always worried about something, about my business, my money, my position, 1,000 things. I'm never at peace. I never have enough. No matter how much I get, I always want more, and the more never comes. And even if it did, I know it wouldn't be enough. I'm exhausted. I feel empty. And I don't know why, since I have everything." The old man listened in silence, nodding occasionally. Upon hearing the merchant's words, the young man felt a shiver of recognition. It was almost exactly what he himself had felt before climbing the mountain. It was the same sickness, the same nameless hunger, the same emptiness amidst abundance. "I understand," said the old man when the man finished. "You suffer from a very common ailment among those who have everything. You have filled your life with things, but inside you are empty. And you think the emptiness gets filled with more things. So you get more and more, but the emptiness isn't filled. Because it's not an emptiness of things. It's a void of presence. You have a lot, but you're not present in any of it. You live in the future, worried about what's to come. You live in the past, lamenting or longing for what once was, but you never live in the present, which is the only place where life truly happens. That's why, even though you have everything, you feel empty. because you're missing the only thing that matters. This moment. Now. And how do you cure that? The merchant asked, with an anxiety in his voice that the young man recognized well. Tell me what I have to do. I'll pay whatever it takes. I'll do anything. I just want to find peace. The old man smiled gently. Therein lies your mistake. In the question itself, he said. You want to buy peace, to acquire it, to attain it, just as you have acquired everything else. But peace cannot be bought or acquired. Peace isn't something you add. It's something that appears when you remove what's superfluous. You don't have to do anything more. You have to do less. You don't have to get more. You have to let go of what you already have. Peace is not at the end of an effort. It is at the end of ceasing to strive. The merchant frowned, confused. I don't understand, he said. Do you mean I don't have to do anything? I mean you have to learn to be, the old man replied. Stay with us for a few days. I don't promise you answers, techniques, or secrets. I only offer you a simple life. Sweeping, gardening, eating, sleeping, being silent. Do it with us, fully present, without thinking about your business, without worrying about the future, without regretting the past. Just be here now, in every simple gesture. And perhaps, without you having to do anything special, the peace you seek will appear on its own, like a bud emerging from the snow when spring arrives. The shopkeeper hesitated. It was clear he was expecting something more, some profound teaching, some secret technique, some magic formula that would solve his problem at once. The idea of sweeping and tending a garden seemed too simple, almost disappointing. But he was desperate, and he had nothing to lose, so he agreed. He dismissed his servants, told them to come back for him in a few days, and stayed at the monastery. The following days were revealing, both for the merchant and for the young man who observed him. The merchant, accustomed to a life of luxury and frenetic activity, had a very difficult time at first. The stillness drove him to despair. The silence distressed him. Simple tasks seemed humiliating, unworthy of a man of his position. His mind, accustomed to being constantly occupied with business and worries, didn't know what to do with such emptiness, and it rebelled. It became agitated. It desperately sought something to occupy itself with. I can't, he told the old man on the second day, frustrated. I can't just stand there like this, doing nothing in silence. I'm going crazy. My mind won't stop. I think about my business, my money, everything I should be doing. I can't be here wasting time sweeping a yard like a servant. There it is, the old man said calmly. There's your illness, showing itself in all its clarity. Do you see? You can't stay still. You can't be present. Your mind constantly pulls you elsewhere, toward your business, toward the future, toward doing. You're so used to running from the present that when you finally settle into it, you become anxious. That anguish you feel now, that I can't go on like this, that's exactly what you need to look at. Don't run away from it. Don't avoid it by filling your time with activity. Hold on to it, feel it, because beneath that anguish lies the root of all your suffering. The shopkeeper looked at him, and for the first time something stirred in his tense face. A crack, a doubt, a glimmer of understanding. Sweep, the old man said, handing him the broom. Not to clean the yard, just to sweep. And when your mind pulls you back to your business, to your worries, turn the broom back, again and again. Every time you realize you've wandered off, come back. That's the whole secret. Returning, again and again, to the here, to the now, to what you have in your hands. The shopkeeper picked up the broom, with the same clumsiness the young man had shown months before, and he began to sweep. Badly at first, distracted, frustrated, his mind in 1,000 places. But the old man was by his side, reminding him again and again to come back, to bring back the broom, back to movement, back to the present. And little by little, day after day, the shopkeeper began to change. The tension in her face began to loosen. The restlessness in her eyes began to calm. Her movements, once abrupt and nervous, began to slow down, to become more serene. One afternoon, toward the end of his stay, the merchant sat in the courtyard after sweeping and remained silent for a long time, gazing at the mountain, the pine trees, and the sky. The young man watched him from afar and saw how slowly something softened on the merchant's face, as if an expression of astonishment, almost disbelief, were etched upon his features. Later, the merchant sought out the old man. "Has something happened?" he said, his voice trembling with emotion. He was sitting in the courtyard doing nothing, just looking at the mountain. And suddenly, I don't know how to explain it. Suddenly everything went still. My mind went blank. And I felt a peace I had never felt before. A peace without cause, without reason. He had achieved nothing, solved no problems, had no more than he had a moment before. And yet, he was at peace, completely at peace, as if everything were all right, as if I lacked nothing, as if this moment, exactly as it was enough. "What was that?" "That," he said, "that feeling you've had, that peace without cause, that fulfillment without reason, that's what you've come looking for. It wasn't in your business, or your money, or your possessions. It wasn't in the future, nor in achieving more. It was here now, beneath all the noise in your mind. It was always there. It's just that you couldn't see her because you were too busy looking for her elsewhere. And when, for a moment, you stopped searching, stopped doing, stopped wanting to be somewhere else, and simply were here present, then she appeared, because she was always there. That peace is your true nature. You don't have to acquire it. You just have to stop hiding it." The merchant wept. He wept for a long time, silently, tears of relief, of gratitude, of something nameless. And when he finished crying, he seemed like a different man. The tension had vanished from his face. The unease had left his eyes. There was a new serenity in him, a peace he hadn't had before. The next day, his servants came looking for him again. The merchant prepared to leave, to return to his city, his home, his life. But he was clearly a transformed man. "I don't know how to thank you," he told the old man before leaving. "I came looking for a technique, a secret, a formula, and you haven't given me any of that. You've only taught me to sweep, to be still, to be present. And that simple thing has changed my life. How can I repay you?" "You don't owe me anything," said the old man. "And besides, I haven't given you anything. I've only helped you see what you already had. Peace was always within you. I only pointed you toward it. Now go back to your life, your city, your business. You don't have to give up anything. You can continue being a trader. You can keep your house, your money, and your position. That's not the problem. The problem was never what you had. The problem was how you lived with it, with my mind always elsewhere, always wanting more, never present. Take with you what you've learned here. Be present in your life, whatever it may be. Sweep your floors as you've swept this patio. Eat your food as you have eaten here. Conduct your business without losing yourself in it, and you will find peace not on a distant mountain, but in the midst of your own life wherever you may be. Because peace doesn't depend on place, it depends on presence." The merchant nodded, his eyes moist. He bowed deeply to the old man, and then, unexpectedly, to the young man as well. And he left, descending the mountain with his servants, taking with him something far more valuable than all his riches. When he had gone, the young man approached the old man. "Master," he said, when that man spoke of his emptiness, his restlessness, his hunger that was never satisfied, it was like hearing myself before I came up here. It was exactly what I felt. "I know," the old man said. "That's why it was important for you to be there, to listen, to see. Because by seeing someone else suffer from the same illness as you, and by seeing how they heal, you better understand your own healing. The shopkeeper has been a mirror for you. In it, you have seen where you come from. And you have also seen how far you have come. Because you, son, are no longer the one who climbed this mountain a few months ago, empty and restless. You've changed. You've grown. You've begun to find what you came looking for." The young man felt a deep emotion upon hearing these words. It was true. He had changed. He noticed it in 1,000 little things, in how he slept soundly, without the thoughts that used to torment him, in how he ate slowly, savoring each bite, in how he swept present without wanting to finish, in how he felt in general, more serene, lighter, more at peace. The restlessness that had driven him to climb the mountain had subsided. The nameless hunger had been satiated, not by acquiring something, but by letting go, emptying oneself, learning to be. Part 8. The summer. Summer arrived on the mountain, gentle and bright. The days grew long and warm, though at those heights the heat was never excessive, and the nights always retained a pleasant coolness. The garden, carefully tended during the spring, bore fruit, vegetables, roots, aromatic herbs, which the old man and the young man gathered and prepared for their simple meals. During the summer, life in the monastery took on a different rhythm, more expansive, more luminous. The young man spent long hours in the garden, in the pine forest, on the mountain slopes. He learned to know every corner of that place, every tree, every rock, every path. He learned to recognize the birds by their song, the plants by their shape, the clouds by their color. And he discovered that the more present he was, the richer and more beautiful the world around him became. He confessed to the old man one day that he saw nothing. He walked through the world, but didn't see it. His eyes were open, but he was blind, because his mind was always elsewhere, lost in thoughts, worries, and plans. The world passed me by, and I didn't see it. Now, however, I see. I truly see. I see the colors, the shapes, the light. I see the beauty that was always there, but that I couldn't see. It's as if I've been asleep my whole life, and now, finally, I'm beginning to wake up. That's exactly what it is, the old man said. Most men live asleep. They walk, they talk, they eat, they work, but they are asleep. They are wanderers, lost in the dream of their thoughts. They don't see the world in front of them. They don't live the life they're living. They're somewhere else, always somewhere else. Waking up is simply coming back here, returning to the real world, the present world, the world right before your eyes, instead of the imaginary world your mind constructs. And when you wake up, you discover that the real world is infinitely richer, more beautiful, more miraculous than any dream. A simple leaf, seen truly, fully, is more astonishing than all the fantasies of the mind. The young man nodded. He knew it was true because he was experiencing it. The world, seen with presence, was a constant miracle. A drop of dew on a leaf, the flight of a bird, the shape of a cloud, the play of light among the pines, the taste of fresh well water, simple, ordinary things, easily overlooked by a distracted mind, but which, viewed with full attention, revealed themselves as wonders. One summer night, the old man and the young man went out into the courtyard to contemplate the stars. The mountain sky, undisturbed by city lights, was astonishingly clear. Thousands upon thousands of stars shone above them, so numerous and so bright that they seemed like a river of light poured into the darkness. "Look at that," the old man said softly, almost a whisper. "Look at the immensity. Doesn't it make you feel small?" "Yes," said the young man, "very small, almost insignificant." "And yet," the old man continued, "that smallness is not sad. It is liberating. When you understand how small you are, how brief your life is, how insignificant you are compared to the immensity of the universe, then all your worries, all your problems, all your desires and fears fall into their proper perspective. You realize that almost nothing you worry about truly matters. You realize you are here, alive, under this infinite sky, for a fleeting moment, a blink of eternity, and that, instead of causing you anguish, liberates you. Because if nothing matters as much as you thought, then you can let go, you can relax, you can simply live, simply be, simply enjoy this brief and miraculous blink of existence that has been given to you." The young man gazed at the stars, feeling that mixture of smallness and freedom the old man had described, and he also felt immense gratitude. Gratitude for being alive, for being there, under that sky, on that mountain, beside that wise old man. Gratitude for the simple fact of existing, of breathing, of being able to contemplate the stars. "Master," he said, "I am afraid of death. I always have been. When I think that one day I will cease to exist, that all this will end, I feel a vertigo, a terror. How does one live with that? How do you stop fearing death?" The old man remained silent for a while, contemplating the stars. "Death," he said at last. "Yes, we all fear it, in one way or another. It's the great mystery, the great unknown, the only thing we know for sure awaits us. But let me tell you something about death, something I've learned in all these years of facing it head on. The fear of death is, in reality, the fear of not having lived. The one who has lived fully, present, awake, savoring every moment, doesn't fear death as much, because they have lived. They have squeezed every drop out of life. They haven't missed out on it. It is the one who hasn't lived, the one who has gone through life asleep, absent, missing every instant, who fears death the most because deep down they know they haven't truly lived, that life has slipped through their fingers without them having tasted it, and death comes before they've even begun to live. So, the way to overcome the fear of death is to live fully," the young man asked. "That's one part," the old man said, "but there's something more, something deeper. The fear of death stems from the idea that you are this body, this person, this separate self that will one day cease to exist. But when, through practice, you begin to see beyond that idea, when you begin to glimpse that you are not just this body, this name, this story, but something vaster, deeper, more essential, that silent space where all thoughts, all emotions, all experiences appear and disappear, then the fear of death begins to dissolve, because that space, that consciousness, that presence that you are at your deepest core is neither born nor dies. Waves are born and die, but the ocean remains. Clouds appear and dissolve, but the sky remains. You, in your deepest essence, are the ocean, not the wave. You are the sky, not the cloud, and that doesn't die." The young man listened to these words with a mixture of awe and longing. She didn't fully understand them. She hadn't yet experienced them, but she sensed their truth, and they offered her profound comfort, hope, a light in the darkness of her fear. "Have you experienced it?" she asked. "That space, that presence that doesn't die?" old man smiled, a serene and enigmatic smile. "From time to time," he said, "in certain moments of profound stillness, the self dissolves, and only that vast and silent presence remains, without limits, without name, without fear. And in those moments, I know, with a certainty beyond all doubt, that death is not what we believe, that there is something within us that does not die. But I cannot give you that certainty with words. Words only point. You have to experience it yourself, through practice, through stillness, through presence. Keep sweeping the snow, keep being present, and one day perhaps you too will glimpse it, and then your fear of death will lessen, not because you have solved the mystery, but because you will have seen, even if only for an instant, what lies beyond it." That night the young man couldn't sleep right away. He lay on his mat for a long time, gazing at the stars through the window, thinking about death, about life, about that silent space that is neither born nor dies. And although he didn't reach any conclusion, although the mystery remained a mystery, he felt that something within him had lightened, that the terror the idea of death had previously inspired in him had softened, transformed into something more akin to a reverent awe before the great enigma of existence. Part 9. Autumn and the teacher's illness. Summer gave way to autumn. The leaves of the few deciduous trees that grew on the mountain began to turn gold, red, and copper, and to fall one by one, carpeting the ground with color. The air grew cooler, the nights longer, and the air already hinted at the approaching winter. It was around that time that the young man began to notice that the old man was unwell. I saw him tire more easily, move more slowly, and rest more often. Sometimes, in the mornings, the old man was slow to get up, and when he did, he seemed frail and weakened. His face, always serene, now occasionally showed a worrying pallor. "Master," he said to the young man one day, unable to hide his concern, "you are not well. I can see it. You are tired, weak. What's wrong?" The old man smiled, with that serenity of his that nothing seemed to disturb. "What's happening to me is what happens to everything that lives," he said. "I'm getting old. My body wears out like everything else. It's the natural order of things. There's nothing to fear or regret." "But are you sick?" the young man insisted, his heart heavy. "Perhaps," the old man said calmly. "The body always gets sick in the end, one way or another. It's its nature. It is born, it grows, it blossoms. And then, little by little, it declines, withers, and finally fades away. Like the leaves of the trees, like the flowers in the garden, like everything. It is not a tragedy. It is the cycle of life. The leaves that fall in autumn do not lament their fall. They fall serenely, fulfilling their nature, returning to the earth from which they came. This is how a man should fall when his autumn arrives, serenely, without lament, without resistance, accepting the natural order of things." The young man felt his heart sink upon hearing these words. The idea of losing the old man, of being left alone, of that wise and kind man who had taught him so much fading away, was unbearable. "I don't want you to leave," he said, his voice breaking. "I don't want to lose you. I need you. I still have so much to learn from you." The old man looked at him with infinite tenderness. "Son," he said gently, "listen carefully, because what I'm about to tell you is important. Everything that is born dies. Everything that is found separates. Everything that is loved is lost, sooner or later. That is the truth of life, a truth that almost no one wants to accept, and from whose non-acceptance much of human suffering arises. Clinging to what is impermanent, Trying to hold on to what naturally passes away is the cause of immense pain. I will leave, yes. Perhaps soon, perhaps not so soon. But I will leave, as everything else leaves, and you must learn to accept it, not with bitter resignation, but with serenity, with wisdom, understanding that this is life, that this is how it must be. But how? Asked the young man with tears in his eyes. How do you accept losing the one you love? How do you not suffer because of it? I'm not telling you not to suffer, replied the old man. The pain of loss is natural, it's human, and you shouldn't suppress it or be ashamed of it. When I leave, you will cry, and it's okay to cry. Tears are the price of love, and they are a price worth paying. But there is a difference between pain and suffering. Pain is the natural wound of loss. It comes, you feel it, and in time it heals like any other wound. Suffering is what we add to pain when we resist it, when we refuse to accept loss, when we cling to what is no longer there, when we desperately wish things were different. Feel pain, yes, but don't add suffering. Accept the loss, accept the cycle of life, and you will see that beneath the pain lies a peace, a serene acceptance that allows you to continue living, and even find beauty and meaning in the midst of loss. Despite his growing weakness, the old man continued, as far as possible, with his usual life. He continued to rise early, continued to meditate, continued to do the chores he could, continued to tend the garden, and when the snow began to fall again, heralding the young man's second winter on the mountain, he continued to sweep the yard, though now more slowly, stopping often to rest. "Master, let me sweep," the young man would say. "You rest." "No," the old man replied gently but firmly. "As long as I can sweep, I will sweep, not out of stubbornness, but because sweeping is my practice, my life, my way of being present. The day I can no longer sweep, I will stop, without regret. But until that day, I will sweep. Every snowflake I sweep away is a snowflake I fully experience. I don't want to miss a single one." And so, during that second winter, the old man and the young man swept the snow from the courtyard together. The old man grew slower and more frail, yet always serene, always present, always at peace. And the young man sweeping beside him treasured each of those moments, knowing with a heavy heart that they were precious, that they were few and far between, that one day they would end. During those months of illness, the old man, far from withdrawing, seemed to open up even more, as if the approach of death gave him a serene urgency to share all that he knew. He spoke more than before, told more stories, shared more wisdom, and the young man listened with all his heart, etching each word deep within his being. "I'm going to tell you a story," the old man said one afternoon that winter, as they rested by the fire. "A story my teacher told me many years ago, when I was young like you. Once upon a time, there was a man walking through a field, when suddenly he saw a tiger in the distance chasing him. The man ran, with the tiger hot on his heels, until he reached the edge of a precipice. He could run no further. Before him lay the abyss. Behind him, the tiger. But then he saw a vine hanging over the edge of the precipice, and he grabbed onto it, lowering himself down the ravine, out of reach of the tiger roaring furiously above. Hanging from the vine, the man looked down, searching for a place to put his feet. And then he saw, at the bottom of the precipice, another tiger, waiting for him with its jaws wide open. Above, a tiger. Below, another tiger. And he, hanging from a vine, in the middle. And as if that weren't enough, at that moment 2 mice appeared, one white and one black, and began to gnaw at the vine from which the man was hanging. Little by little, The mice gnawed at the vine, which frayed and weakened. It was only a matter of time before it broke, and then the man would fall into the jaws of the tiger below. The situation was desperate. There was no escape. Death was certain, imminent, and then, at that moment, the man saw, within reach, on the cliff face, a small wild strawberry, red and ripe, glistening in the sun. The man reached out, picked the strawberry, put it in his mouth, and ate it. And that strawberry, son, do you know what? That strawberry was delicious. The old man fell. The young man waited, thinking the story would continue, but it didn't. Is that all? He asked. What happened to the man? Did he fall? Did he die? The old man smiled. The story ends there, with the strawberry, with its delicious flavor. Don't you understand? The young man stared, pondering. I think, she said slowly, I think history tells us that even if death is certain, even if we're trapped between two tigers, with the saddle crumbling beneath our weight, we can still taste the strawberry. We can still live in the present moment. We can still find sweetness in the midst of danger. The strawberry is the now, and the now is delicious, if we are present to savor it, however desperate our situation may be. Exactly, said the old man, with a deep joy in his eyes. You have understood. We're all hanging by that thread, son. We're all caught between two tigers. The past, which has already devoured us, and the future, which will devour us. And the two mice, the white one and the black one, day and night, gnaw ceaselessly at the entrance to our lives, which grows shorter with each passing moment. That is the human condition. That is the truth from which most people flee without success. But the wise man does not flee. The wise man accepts his situation. He accepts that he is hanging by a thread. She accepts that death is certain. And precisely because she knows that time is short and life fragile, she savors the present moment with all her soul. Each instant becomes precious precisely because it is fleeting. Every moment becomes delicious precisely because it is recounted. The awareness of death, far from embittering life, sweetens it, intensifies it, makes it infinitely more precious. He who knows he will die knows how to live. He who forgets he will die wastes his life on foolishness, always postponing living for a future that never comes. The young man kept that story in his heart, along with all the other teachings of the old man, and understood that the old man, weak and ill, nearing death, was doing exactly that, savoring the strawberry. Every snowflake he swept, every bowl of soup he ate, every conversation by the fire, every sunrise and every sunset, he savored with his whole soul, fully present, squeezing out every last drop of sweetness from those moments they had shared. Part 10. The Last Teachings. As winter progressed, the old man's condition worsened. There came a point when he could no longer get up from his mat, and the young man had to care for him, feed him, wash him, keep him warm, and watch over him as he rested. He did so with devotion, with tenderness, with immense love, without the slightest complaint, considering it not a burden, but a privilege, a way of repaying, however small, all that the old man had given him. The old man accepted this care with the same serenity with which he accepted everything. He didn't complain about his weakness. He didn't lament his dependence. He showed no fear in the face of approaching death. He was at peace, profoundly at peace, a peace that astonished the young man and confirmed the truth of everything the old man had taught him. For it was easy to speak of serenity and acceptance when everything was going well. But to see the old man serene and accepting in the face of his own death, that was the ultimate proof, the living demonstration that his teachings were not empty words, but a truth lived to the very end. Don't feel sorry for me, the old man would say to the young man. who sometimes couldn't hold back his tears as he cared for him. I've lived a good life, a full, present, conscious life. I've savored every strawberry that the path has offered me. I leave with no regrets, no unfinished business, no feeling of not having lived. I leave in peace, grateful, content. What more could a man ask for? To die in peace is the fruit of having lived in peace. And I have lived in peace. So don't cry for me. If anything, rejoice for me. I can't help but cry, the young man said. I love you, and I'm going to lose you. I know, the old man said tenderly. And that's okay. Cry as much as you need. Your tears are beautiful because they come from love. I only ask one thing of you, that as you mourn my passing, you don't forget to celebrate my life and the good fortune we had in finding each other, in sharing this time, in walking part of the path together. Not everything is loss. There is also gratitude. There is also the beauty of what was. Hold both together, the pain and the gratitude, the tears and the smile. That is the wisdom of the heart. In those last days, the old man passed on to the young man his final teachings, the most essential ones, those he wanted to leave him as an inheritance. Listen carefully, he said one night, his voice weak but his mind clear. I want to leave you a few things, the most important ones, the ones that truly matter. Forget everything else if you want, but remember this. First, live in the present, not in the past, which no longer exists, not in the future, which doesn't yet exist, in the present, which is the only real moment, the only place where life happens. Whenever you find yourself lost in the past or the future, return to the present moment again and again throughout your life. That is the fundamental practice from which all others are derived. Second, accept what is. Don't fight against reality. Don't wish the present moment were different from how it is. Accept the cold when it's cold, the heat when it's hot, the pain when there is pain, the joy when there is joy. Don't resist what is. Resistance is the source of suffering. Acceptance is the source of peace. This doesn't mean passive resignation. You can act to change what can be changed, but first accept what is, and then act from acceptance, from peace, not from resistance, not from struggle. Third, let go. Let go of your attachments, your desires, your expectations, your opinions, your need to control, your need to be right, your need for things to be a certain way. The more you let go, the freer you are. The more you cling, the more you suffer. Cling to a little, and you have little to lose. Let go completely, and you will be completely free. Fourth, be kind, with others and with yourself. Wisdom without kindness is sterile, cold, useless. Treat all beings with compassion, with kindness, with patience. And treat yourself the same way. Don't be hard on yourself. Don't punish yourself. Don't demand perfection. You're human. You'll fail. You'll make mistakes. You'll get lost 1,000 times. It's okay. Come back, gently, kindly, without reproach. Kindness heals everything. And fifth, most importantly, be present in everything, in every gesture, in every moment, in every breath. Presence is the key that opens all doors. When you are fully present, the past and the future disappear, problems dissolve, the mind quiets, and only this remains: the miracle of the moment, the fullness of the hour, the peace that was always here, waiting for you to stop searching for it elsewhere. Be present, my child. That is the whole teaching. Everything else is just talk surrounding it. The young man listened to these final teachings with his whole being, engraving them deep within his heart, knowing they were a treasure he would cherish for the rest of his life. I will remember them, Master, he said. All my life, I promise. Don't just remember them, said the old man. Live them. Lessons that are merely remembered are useless. Lessons must be lived, embodied, made into one's own life. I don't want you to remember my words. I want you to become them. May you live so present, so serene, so free, that one day, when your autumn arrives, you may die as peacefully as I die now. That will be proof that you have understood. That will be my greatest joy. 1/10 part. The Master's Departure. One morning in the middle of winter, when the snow fell heavily and silently on the mountain, the old man knew that his time had come. He felt it with the same serenity with which he had felt everything throughout his life, without alarm, without fear, with a calm acceptance. Son, he said to the young man in a whisper, the time has come. I'm sorry. I'm leaving today. The young man, who had known that this moment was approaching, nevertheless felt as if his world were collapsing. Tears welled up in his eyes, uncontrollable. No, he murmured. Not yet, please. The old man smiled weakly and, with a tremendous effort, raised a hand and placed it on the young man's. Don't cry, he said, or cry if you need to. But listen, I want to ask you one last thing. Anything, the young man said between sobs. When I'm gone, I want you to go out to the yard and sweep up the snow. Today, like every day. Don't stop sweeping because of my death. May my departure not interrupt the practice for even a single day. Sweep the snow, my son, present, serene as I have taught you. And in every flake you sweep, I will be there. For I am not this body that fades away. I am the presence I taught you about. And that presence does not die. It lives in you now. I live in every flake you sweep with full attention. As long as you sweep like this, present, awake, I will continue to live in you. Will you do it? I will, the young man promised, his voice breaking. I will, Master. The old man smiled contentedly. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, there was a serene, almost luminous light in them. Look, she said in a very low voice, looking out the window at the falling snow. Look how beautiful, the snow. Falling, slowly, without a fight, each flake unique, each flake perfect, falling and falling, covering the world in white, in silence, in peace. How beautiful everything is, how beautiful everything has been. What a gift life is, what a gift every moment is. The young man looked at the snow through his tears, and then looked at the old man, whose face was serene, peaceful, almost smiling. Thank you, murmured the old man. Thank you for everything, son. For your company, for your care, for your love. It has been the best gift of my last few years. Go in peace. Live in peace. Die in peace when your time comes. And remember, be present, always, in everything. That is the whole lesson. And then, as the snow continued to fall outside, soft and silent, the old man closed his eyes, breathed one last long, peaceful sigh, and was gone. He left as he had lived, peacefully, serenely, without struggle, without fear, accepting the natural order of things. He left as leaves fall in autumn, as snow melts in spring, as the sun sets at the end of the day. He simply left, returning to the source from which he had come. The young man remained for a long time beside the old man's body, weeping silently, holding his still warm hand, feeling the immense pain of the loss. He wept without restraint, without shame, letting the pain seep through him as the old man had taught him. He wept for the loss, for the absence, for the void left by the man he had loved so much. But amidst the pain, he also remembered the old man's words. Never forget to celebrate his life, to be grateful for their encounter, to hold on to gratitude alongside the sorrow. And so, through his tears, the young man also began to smile, recalling the months they had shared, the lessons he had learned, the immense fortune of having found that mentor, of having walked alongside him for a part of the journey. And she held both things together, just as the old man had taught her, the pain of loss and the gratitude for what was, the tears and the smile, winter and spring, death and life. When he had cried as much as he needed to, the young man stood up. She remembered the old man's last request, and though her heart was heavy, though tears still streamed down her cheeks, she went out to the patio, took the broom, that same broom of branches the old man had used for so many years, and began to sweep the snow. She swept slowly, with long, rhythmic strokes, just as the old man had taught her. The snow kept falling, settling on the stones he was clearing, covering them in white again. But the young man didn't get frustrated, didn't fight it, didn't wish it were any other way. He just swept. This flake, this stone, this movement, present, serene, awake. And in each flake that swept away, she felt the presence of the old man, alive, close, as he had promised her. He felt that the old man hadn't truly left, that he lived on in that practice, in that gesture, in that presence he had conveyed. And as he swept, weeping and smiling at the same time, the young man understood, deep within his being, the truth of the old man's last words. He understood that the old man wasn't that body that now lay lifeless in the cell. The old man was the presence, the serenity, the wisdom he had passed on to him. And that hadn't died. That lived now within him. Waves are born and die, but the ocean remains. The old man's body had died, but the ocean of presence and peace from which he had once been a wave was still there, vast, immortal. And now it flowed through the young man as well, through every snowflake that swept by with full force. Part 12. Loneliness. After the old man's death, the young man buried his body in a corner of the garden, under an old pine tree that the old man had especially loved. He dug the grave with his own hands in the frozen winter earth, and laid his master's body there, covering it with earth and then with snow. He put no headstone, no sign, no name. He knew the old man wouldn't have cared. "Your name matters less than you think," he had told him on the first day. And now the old man was returning to the earth, to the mountain, to the cycle of life, nameless, unmarked, merging with everything. And then the young man was left alone. It was the first time in a long time that he had been completely alone. During the months he had spent with the old man, he had learned the value of silence, of stillness, even of solitude. But he had always had the old man close by, his presence, his guidance, his company. Now there was no one, just him in the empty monastery, high on the mountain, surrounded by snow and silence. The first few days were very hard. The old man's absence was felt in every corner, in every object, in every task. The empty cushion in the meditation room, the bowl that no longer needed filling, the voice that was no longer heard. The young man felt the weight of loneliness, the emptiness of loss, and sometimes, at night, he wept on his mat, missing the old man with a pain that seemed bottomless. But, true to his promise, he didn't miss a single day of practice. Every morning he got up early, as he had learned. Every morning he sat in silence, facing the wall, meditating. Every morning he did the chores. He drew water from the well, lit the fire, prepared the food, washed the bowls. And every morning, when it snowed, he went out to the yard and swept the snow, present, serene, feeling the old man's presence in every flake. And little by little, Practice sustained him. The loneliness, which at first weighed on him like a stone, was transformed into something different. He discovered that loneliness was not the same as isolation, that being alone was not the same as feeling lonely. In the solitude of the mountains, fully present, the young man began to feel a profound sense of companionship, an intimacy with everything around him. The pines, the snow, the sky, the silence. He wasn't truly alone. I was with the whole mountain, with the whole universe, with all of life. And that companionship was deeper, truer than any human companionship. I understand now, he thought one day, while sweeping the snow. I understand why the teacher could live here, alone, for so many years, without feeling lonely. Because he wasn't alone. He was with everything. Fully present, one becomes intimate with all that exists. Presence dissolves separation. And where there is no separation, there is no loneliness. The young man also discovered that truth was a great teacher, with no one to talk to, no distractions, no one to accompany him. He was forced to confront himself, his own mind, his own demons. Old fears, old wounds, old patterns that the old man's company had kept at bay resurfaced. And the young man had to learn to face them alone, to look them straight in the eye, to get through them without help. There were dark days, days of doubt, days of despair, days when the exercise seemed pointless, when he wondered what he was doing there, alone, on a mountain, sweeping snow that never seemed to end. Days when the voice of fear or sadness was so loud it almost choked him. But the young man remembered the old man's teachings and applied them. He didn't run from the darkness. He walked through it. He didn't suppress his fear. He felt it, made room for it, and let it pass. She didn't fight against sadness. She embraced it, inhabited it, and waited patiently for it to pass, as everything does. And it always, always passed. After the darkest night, dawn always came. After the harshest winter, spring always came. And through those trials, the young man grew stronger. His practice became deeper, more mature, more stable. He no longer depended on the old man's presence, his words, or his guidance. The wisdom the old man had imparted had become his own, had been embodied in him, had become his very life. The young man was no longer a disciple following the teachings of a master. He was becoming the living lesson himself. One spring morning, almost a year after the old man's death, the young man was sweeping the yard when he suddenly stopped. Something had changed. She didn't know what, but something had changed. She looked around. The mountain, the pine trees, the sky, the patio she was sweeping, and suddenly felt a peace so deep, so complete, so absolute, that tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't a peace that came from outside, from circumstances. It was a peace that sprang from within, from the very depths of his being, without cause, without motive, without reason. It was the peace that the noise waited for him to stop searching for elsewhere. And at that moment, sweeping the snow alone on the mountain, the young man understood, not just with her mind, but with her whole being. She understood what the old woman had been trying to convey to her all those months. She understood that the peace she sought had never been found anywhere else, that it had always been here, in him, in this moment, in this snowflake, in this gesture of sweeping. He understood that there was nothing to acquire, no place to arrive at, no goal to reach, that everything, absolutely everything he needed, was already here now, in the eternal present of the moment. And in that instant of understanding, the young man felt something dissolve within him. The self he had carried his entire life, the separate, restless, hungry, fearful self, dissolved, if only for an instant, and only a presence remained, vast, silent, serene, boundless, nameless, fearless. Only the sweeping remained, with no one to sweep. Only the snow remained, falling. Only the moment remained, perfect, complete, eternal. It was a very brief instant. Immediately the self returned. The thoughts returned. The separation returned. But the young man had seen. He had tasted. He had touched, even if only for a moment, what the old man had promised him he would touch one day. And she knew her life would never be the same, because once you've seen, even for a moment, you can't unsee. Once you've tasted that peace, that silence, that boundless presence, you know it's there, that it's real, that it's the most real thing of all. And even if you lose her 1,000 times, even if the self returns 1,000 times, you can always return to her, because now you know the way. That night, the young man, who was no longer so young, for the months and the trials had matured him, sat in the courtyard contemplating the stars, as he had so often done with the old man, and spoke to him silently in his heart. "Thank you, Master," he thought. "I've seen it. What you were trying to show me, I've seen it. Even if only for an instant, I've touched it. And now I know it's real. Now I know I was right. Peace was here, all along. I just had to stop looking for her elsewhere. Thank you for showing me the way. Thank you for your patience, your kindness, your wisdom. I will live as you taught me. I will be present. And one day, when my autumn comes, I will die as peacefully as you died. I promise you." And it seemed to him, in the silence of the starry night, that the old man was smiling. Somewhere, everywhere, nowhere, fused with the mountain, with the sky, with everything. 13th part. The years of solitude and fulfillment. The years will pass. The young man remained in the monastery, alone, living the simple and profound life the old man had taught him. The seasons followed one another in their eternal cycle. Winter with its snow, spring with its thaw and budding leaves, summer with its light and gentle warmth, autumn with its golden leaves, and the young man lived each season fully, present in every moment, without haste, without struggle, without wanting to be anywhere else. His practice grew ever deeper, that first glimpse of peace without cause, of presence without limits, was not the last. There were others, more frequent, more stable. Little by little, the young man inhabited that space of peace, not only in fleeting moments, but for increasingly longer periods. The separation, the restless and hungry self, lost its solidity, its tyranny, and in its place grew a serene presence, an open conscience, a peace that no longer depended on anything, that was there even in the midst of difficulties, even in the midst of pain. It wasn't that the young man had become a perfect being, free from all emotion, all fear, all sadness. He remained human. He still felt. Sometimes fear appeared, sometimes sadness, sometimes desire or doubt. But her relationship with those emotions had completely changed. She no longer identified with them. She no longer let herself be swept away by them. She no longer fought against them. I watched them appear and disappear like clouds in the sky, without disturbing the profound peace I had found below. It was the sky, not the clouds. It was the ocean, not the waves. And that gave him immense freedom, a serenity that nothing could completely shatter. The young man cared for the monastery with devotion. He repaired what was broken, kept clean what was dirty, cultivated the garden, gathered firewood, and drew water from the well. She performed each task with complete presence, with full attention, transforming it into a form of meditation, a complete practice. And every morning, when it snowed, She went out into the courtyard and swept the snow, faithful to the old man's teaching, faithful to her promise, feeling in each flake the presence of her master and all the masters who had preceded him throughout the centuries. Sometimes, very rarely, a traveler would climb the mountain and knock on the monastery door, just as the young man had called years before, just as the merchant had called. They came seeking something: peace, wisdom, answers, meaning, and the young man welcomed them as the old man had welcomed him, with a fire, a plate of food, a corner to sleep in, and above all, with his serene presence, his non-judgmental listening, his silent companionship. He didn't impart grand teachings, secret techniques, or magic formulas. Like the old man, he knew that peace cannot be conveyed with words, that each person must find it for themselves, within their own being. All he could do was point the way, offer a space of stillness, and let the stillness do its work. Those who stayed a few days, he taught how to sweep snow, how to be present, how to let go. And many left transformed, taking with them, like the merchant, something more valuable than any treasure. The young man had become, without intending to, what the old man had been to him, a teacher, not because he had answers, but because he was present, not because he knew a lot, but because he had let go of a lot, not because he had arrived somewhere, but because he had learned to be fully present where he was. And that presence, that serenity, that peace was contagious, healing, transformative, without need of words. One autumn afternoon, sitting in the courtyard contemplating the falling golden leaves, the young man, who already had grey strands in his hair and fine wrinkles around his eyes, reflected on the path he had travelled. He remembered the restless and hungry young man who had climbed the mountain years before, full of questions, full of emptiness, desperately searching for something he couldn't name. And he marvelled at how far he had come, how much he had changed, at the peace that now dwelt within him. I climbed the mountain seeking answers, he thought, and I found no answers. Instead, I lost the questions. I climbed looking for something to gain, something to achieve, something to add to my life. And instead, I learned to let go, to empty myself, to let go. I climbed looking for peace elsewhere, in a teacher, in a technique, on a distant mountain. And I discovered that peace had always been within me, in the present, beneath all the noise. I didn't find what I was looking for. I found something infinitely better. I stopped needing to search. And she smiled, a serene smile. The smile of one who has found, not because he has arrived somewhere, but because he has stopped running, the same smile he had seen years before on the old man's face. The smile of peace. Part 14. The river's teaching. Among the travellers who occasionally climbed the mountain, there was one who left a special impression on the young man, whom we can now rightfully call the monk. He was a young, ardent man, full of ideas and words, who had studied much, read many books, and could speak eloquently about wisdom, enlightenment, and truth. He arrived at the monastery convinced that he already knew almost everything, and that he only needed a few final pieces to complete his understanding. The monk welcomed him, as he welcomed everyone, with a fire and a plate of food, and he listened patiently as the young traveller spoke at length, expounding his theories, quoting ancient sages, demonstrating his vast knowledge. "I have read all the great texts," the traveller said. "I know all the teachings, all the doctrines, all the practices. I know what enlightenment is. I know what emptiness is. I know what non-duality is. I have studied it all. And yet," here her voice faltered for a moment, "and yet I don't feel it. I know it, but I don't experience it. I understand it with my mind, but I don't experience it in my heart. That's why I've come, so you can give me the final piece, the missing key, what I need to move from knowing to being." The monk poured tea slowly and held out a cup for the traveller. "Drink," he said simply. The traveller, a little puzzled, took the cup and sipped, and continued talking. "You see, I believe that enlightenment is understanding that the self is an illusion, that there is no separate self, that we are all one, that—" The monk refilled his cup, though it wasn't empty yet. "Drink," he repeated. The traveller took another sip, somewhat annoyed by the interruption, and continued. "As I was saying, non-duality is the understanding that subject and object are one, that the observer and the observed are one." The monk refilled the cup, but this time he didn't stop pouring. The tea filled the cup to the brim, and then he kept pouring, and the tea overflowed, spilling onto the table and falling to the floor. "Stop," exclaimed the traveller. "The cup is full. It's overflowing. There's no more room." The monk set down the teapot and looked at the traveller with a serene smile. "That's right," he said. "The cup is full. There's no more room, just like your mind. You are so full of knowledge, theories, ideas and words that there is no room for anything else. You come to me asking for something, but your cup is overflowing. Anything I gave you would spill, like this tea that hasn't even entered your cup. Before you can receive, you have to empty yourself. Before you can learn, you have to unlearn. Before you can be, you have to let go of all your knowledge." The traveller stared at the spilled tea in silence, and little by little, an understanding began to dawn on his face. "All your erudition, all your knowledge of texts and doctrines has not brought you closer to the truth," the monk continued. "On the contrary, it has distanced you, because you have mistaken the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself. You have mistaken words about truth for truth itself. You've accumulated descriptions of water, yet you still die of thirst. What good is knowing water's chemical composition, its formula, its history, its properties, if you've never taken a sip? The truth isn't known, it's lived, it's drunk. And to drink it, you must first empty the cup of everything that fills it." "But then," the traveller said humbly, "what good has all my studying done? Must I forget it all?" "Not necessarily forget it," the monk replied, "but you must stop clinging to it. Knowledge of the text can be useful, just as a map can be useful for a journey. But the map isn't the territory, and there comes a time when you have to put the map down and really walk, feel the earth beneath your feet, get wet in the rain, get tired from the climb. The map has brought you this far. Now stop talking about it and live. Stop talking about the truth and start living it. Stop thinking about presence and start being present. Stop studying water and drink it." The learned traveller stayed at the monastery for several days, and during those days he stopped talking so much. He began to listen more, to observe more, to be more silent. The monk taught him to sweep the snow, to draw water from the well, to tend the garden, to sit in stillness. And little by little the traveller began to empty his cup, to release his erudition, to descend from the head to the heart, from knowledge to being. One morning, while sweeping snow with the monk, the traveller suddenly stopped, and the monk saw on his face that expression of wonder he knew so well, the expression of one who, for a moment, touches something beyond words. "I'm sorry," the traveller murmured, his voice trembling. "For the first time, I'm sorry. I don't think about it. I don't understand it. I don't reason it out. I'm sorry. This peace, this silence, this presence, it's here. It's always been here, and I was looking for it in books, in theories, in words. How blind I've been! How blind!" "Not blind," said the monk gently, "only full. Your cup was so full you couldn't see what you already had. Now you've begun to empty it, and that's why you're beginning to see. Keep emptying yourself, keep letting go, and you will see more and more, feel more and more, live more and more. The truth is not at the end of the accumulation. It is at the end of the stripping away. When the traveler left, days later, he was a different man. He took with him not more knowledge, but less. Fewer certainties, fewer theories, fewer words. But in return, he gained something no book had ever given him. A glimpse of living truth, a seed of presence, a taste of peace. And the monk knew that this seed, if the traveler cultivated it, would grow with time, as it had grown in him, as everything grows that is planted with patience and watered with practice. Part 15. The teaching of the Abhyasa boat. Empty. Another traveler the monk remembered was a man filled with anger. He had climbed the mountain not seeking peace but advice. He was a wronged man, offended, who had suffered injustices, real or imagined, and who burned with resentment against all those who, according to him, had wronged him. "People are cruel," the monk told him, his voice heavy with bitterness. "Selfish, petty, malicious. They have betrayed me, deceived me, and hurt me, and I can't forgive them. I can't stop thinking about them, about what they did to me, about what they deserve. Anger consumes me. It won't let me sleep. It won't let me live. But how can I not be angry when they've treated me so badly?" The monk listened patiently, and then, instead of answering directly, told him a story. "Imagine," he said, "that you are rowing a boat down a river on a foggy morning. You're paddling along peacefully, enjoying the ride. Suddenly you feel a bump. Another boat has collided with yours. The fog is thick and you can't see well. You feel a surge of anger. How reckless! Watch where you're going, you idiot. You turn around, furious, ready to berate the fool who has crashed into you. But then, looking around, you discover that the other boat is empty. There's no one in it. It's come loose from some mooring upstream, and the current has carried it until it crashed into yours. There is no one to blame. There is no intent, no malice, no insult, just an empty boat, carried away by the current. And tell me, what happens to your anger at that moment? Where does it go?" the man pondered. It vanishes," he said. "If the boat is empty, there's no one to be angry with. Anger is pointless." "Exactly," said the monk. "Anger fades away because there is no one to direct it against. And here's the lesson. All those who have hurt you, all those who have offended you, are really empty boats. They act driven by their own currents, their wounds, their fears, their ignorance, their suffering. They don't harm you personally, even if it seems that way. They do what they do because of who they are, because the current of their lives carries them along, just as the current carried that empty boat. The one who betrayed you driven by their own fear or their own greed. The person who offended you did so driven by their own pain or ignorance. There is, in reality, no one there to blame, just as there was no one in the empty boat. There are only currents carrying boats along, which sometimes collide with one another. When you understand this, your anger fades, just as it faded before the empty boat. Not because you approve of what was done to you, nor because it didn't hurt, but because you see that it wasn't personal, that it wasn't directed against you, that it was simply the current carrying a boat. And then you can let go of the anger, let go of the resentment, let go of the weight you're carrying, not for their sake, but for yours. Because anger is a poison you take, hoping it will harm them. Resentment is a burning ember you hold in your hand, hoping to throw it at someone else, but it only burns you. Let go of the ember, empty the boat, and you will be free. The man remained silent for a long time, absorbing those words, and little by little, his face, once contorted with anger, began to relax. All my life, he finally said, I've carried anger, resentment, and bitterness. I thought I was punishing those who hurt me, but the only one being punished was me. I was the one who couldn't sleep, the one who wasn't living, the one who wasted away. They carried on with their lives, oblivious to my resentment. The poison only poisoned me. That's right, said the monk. Forgiveness is not a gift you give to those who hurt you. It's a gift you give to yourself. It's letting go of the ember that burns you. It's emptying the boat you crashed into. You don't have to approve of what they did, or forget it, or even reconcile with them. You just have to let go of the poison you carry inside for your own good. Forgive, not for them, but for yourself. Let go, not for them, but for yourself. And you will be free. The man left the mountain days later, lighter, as if he had lifted an enormous weight he had carried for years. And the monk knew he had given him something valuable. Not the justification for his wrongdoing, which was what he had come seeking, but the freedom to let him go, which was what he truly needed. Part 16. The lesson of the muddy water. More years passed. The monk aged slowly, serenely, without resistance, just as he had seen the old man grow old. The grey strands of his hair turned white. The fine wrinkles around her eyes deepened. Her once agile body grew slower, more frail. But her spirit, far from diminishing, seemed to grow brighter with age, more serene, more free. The monk had come to deeply love the mountain, the monastery, and the simple life he led. Each season held its beauty, each day its miracle, each moment its fullness. No trace remained of the restlessness that had driven him to climb the mountain so many years before. That nameless hunger had been completely satiated, not by achieving anything, but by learning to be fully present, to inhabit the moment, to savor the essence of each instant. One day, a troubled young woman climbed the mountain, her mind racing. She was a person of great intelligence and sensitivity, but her mind gave her no respite. He thought incessantly, analyzing everything, turning things over and over in his mind, unable to calm the torrent of his thoughts. I can't stop thinking, he confessed to the monk. My mind never rests. I think non-stop day and night. I analyze everything 1,000 times. I go over every problem, every decision, every conversation. I can't quiet my mind. I've tried meditating, but it's worse. When I sit in silence, the thoughts become even louder. How can I calm my mind? How can I find peace amid so much noise? The monk smiled, recognizing in her his own youthful struggle. He took a bowl, filled it with water from the well, and then threw in a handful of earth. He stirred the water with his hand until it became cloudy, brown, and opaque. Look at this water, he said. It's murky, choppy, full of disturbed earth. You can't see through it. That's how your mind is, agitated, clouded, full of stirred thoughts. And now tell me, how would you clear this water? How would you make it clean and transparent again? The woman thought, Could I stir it more so that the earth dissolves? Try it, said the monk. The woman stirred the water with her hand, agitating it. But of course, the water only became murkier, stirring up the sediment that had begun to settle. It's not working, she said. It gets murkier. That's right, said the monk. The more you stir it, the murkier it becomes. just like your mind. The more you try to calm it by striving, struggling, thinking about how to stop thinking, the more agitated it becomes. Effort, struggle, only stirs the waters more. So what should be done? The woman stared thoughtfully at the murky water. I don't know, she admitted. Nothing, said the monk. There's nothing to do. Look. And the monk placed the bowl on the table, still, and removed his hands. And the two of them stared at it in silence. Little by little, without anyone doing anything, the earth began to settle at the bottom of the bowl. Slowly, silently, effortlessly, the particles of earth descended, settling, and the water, from top to bottom, cleared, becoming transparent, until, after a while, it was completely clean, crystalline, with all the earth resting at the bottom. Do you see? Said the monk. The water has cleared itself, not by doing, but by ceasing to do. Not by stirring, but by letting it rest. Not with effort, but with stillness and patience. That is how the mind works. You can't force it to calm down, fighting against the thoughts, striving to silence it. That only agitates it more. The mind calms itself when you stop agitating it, when you stop fighting, when you simply sit still and let the thoughts settle, like earth settles in water. You don't have to do anything with your thoughts. You don't have to silence them, fight them, or analyze them. You just have to let them rest, sitting still, without interfering. And little by little, on its own, the mind clears, quiets, and becomes serene. And then, in that clear water of the calm mind, you can see clearly, see the bottom, to see the truth, to see the peace that was always there, beneath the murkiness. The woman gazed at the crystal clear water in the bowl, with the earth settled at the bottom, and she understood. I've been stirring the water my whole life, he said, trying to forcefully calm my mind, fighting my thoughts, striving to silence them, and I only succeeded in stirring it up more. It never occurred to me to simply let it settle, to stop doing, to stop fighting. That's the hardest thing of all, the monk said. For a mind accustomed to doing, to fighting, to striving, the hardest thing is precisely to stop doing, to do nothing, simply being still, letting things settle on their own. But therein lies the key. Peace isn't achieved through action. It is revealed by ceasing to do. Not by adding, but by letting go. Not by stirring, but by letting rest. Sit still each day, not to achieve anything, not to forcefully quiet your mind. Just sit and let the water settle. And in time, your mind will clear on its own, just as this water has cleared, and you will discover the transparency and calm that were always there, waiting, beneath all the turbidity. The woman stayed several days at the monastery, learning to let the water in her mind settle. And when she left, she carried with her that image of the bowl of water that clears itself, an image that would stay with her for the rest of her life, reminding her, whenever her mind became agitated, that she didn't have to fight, that she only had to let things rest, and that calm would come on its own, as it always does, if one has the patience and wisdom not to interfere. Part 17. The Passage of the Seasons. And so the years passed in the mountain monastery. The monk grew old, serene, and at peace, living the simple yet profound life he had learned from the elder. The seasons followed one another in their eternal cycle, and the monk lived them all fully, finding in each its own particular beauty, its own unique lesson. He loved winter with its silent snow, its white stillness, its solitude. Winter was the season for the deepest practice, when the world withdrew in on itself, when silence deepened, when sweeping snow became the purest meditation. The monk spent the long winter months in serene stillness, meditating, sweeping, watching the snow fall, feeling in each flake the presence of his master and all the masters of the past. He loved spring with its thaw, its buds, its rebirth. Spring reminded him every year that after the harshest winter always comes rebirth, that life is stronger than death, that nothing truly ends, that everything transforms and continues. Every bud that emerged from beneath the melting snow was for him a miracle, a promise, a lesson in hope and patience. She loved summer with its light, its gentle warmth, its exuberance. Summer was the season of fullness, of abundance, of life at its peak. The garden bore fruit. The pine trees turned a vibrant green, and the sky filled with stars on mild nights. The monk spent long hours outdoors, in communion with the mountain, feeling part of everything, one with the life that surrounded him. And he loved autumn with its golden leaves, its sweet melancholy, its reminder of impermanence. Autumn taught him each year to let go, to release, to accept the cycle of life. The leaves fell without resistance, returning to the earth, and the monk learned from them to let go as well, to not cling, to accept that everything passes, that everything transforms, that everything sooner or later falls and returns to the source. Each season, each day, each moment, the monk lived fully, present, awake, without haste, without struggle, without wanting to be anywhere else. And in that full presence, in that complete inhabiting of the moment, he found a peace, a fullness, a serene happiness that depended on nothing, that was always there, in every instant, beneath everything. Sometimes, contemplating the changing seasons, the monk reflected on his own life, on the journey he had undertaken. He remembered the restless young man who had climbed the mountain so many years before, full of questions and emptiness. He remembered the old man, his teacher, who had welcomed him, who had taught him the art of sweeping snow, who had shown him the path to peace. He remembered all the travelers who had passed through the monastery, each with their own suffering, their own quest, their own transformation. And he felt grateful, deeply grateful, for everything, for the life he had lived, for the path he had traveled, for the peace he had found. Life is a gift, he thought. Every moment is a gift. Every breath, every snowflake, every spring bud, every autumn leaf, every sunrise and every sunset. Everything is an immense, undeserved, miraculous gift. And the only possible response to such a gift is gratitude, presence, and love. To be present to receive the gift, to savor it with all your soul, and to return it when the time comes, with the same serenity with which it was received. Part 18. The Teaching of the Two Arrows. One afternoon, at the end of summer, a limping man, leaning on a cane, climbed up to the monastery. His face was marked by pain, not only from the physical pain of his injured leg, but from a deeper, more ancient pain that was evident in his eyes. "I have suffered a lot in my life," he told the monk, as they rested in the courtyard under the golden light of the sunset. "I have lost people I loved. I have suffered from illnesses. I've suffered failures, betrayals, misfortunes. And I don't understand why. Why is there so much suffering in life? Why do we have to suffer so much? Sometimes I think that life is just pain, a long succession of losses and wounds, and I wonder if it's worth living." The monk listened with compassion and remained silent for a while before answering. "Pain," he finally said, "is part of life. It is inevitable. As long as we have a body, there will be physical pain, illness, old age, and injuries. As long as we have a heart, there will be emotional pain, loss, separation, and disappointment. No one escapes pain, not even the wisest or the holiest. Pain is the price of being alive, of having a body, of loving, of existing. We can't change that. But let me tell you something I learned from my teacher many years ago. There is a difference between pain and suffering. Imagine being struck by an arrow. You feel pain, the pain of the wound. That pain is inevitable. The arrow has struck you, and it hurts. That's the first arrow. But then, most people shoot themselves with the second arrow. It's the arrow of resistance, of complaining, of lamenting, of why me, of this shouldn't be happening, of I can't stand it. That second arrow is suffering, and no one shoots it for us. We shoot it ourselves, with our minds, with our resistance to pain. The pain of the first arrow is inevitable, but the suffering of the second arrow is optional. We can choose not to shoot ourselves with the second arrow. We can feel the pain of the wound without adding resistance, complaint, or lament. We can accept the pain as it is, without the stories the mind weaves around it. And then, although the pain remains, the suffering disappears, or at least is greatly reduced. The man frowned, pondering. So you're saying my suffering is my own fault? That I brought it on myself? No, the monk said gently. I'm not talking about fault. I don't blame you for anything. The pain you've suffered is real, and it's not your fault. But I offer you a distinction that can set you free. The losses you've suffered caused you pain, real and unavoidable pain. But part of your suffering all these years has come from the second arrow, from resisting that pain, from the why me, from clinging to what's lost, from wishing things had been different, from endlessly dwelling on your misfortunes. You can let go of that second arrow, not the original pain, which has passed, but the added suffering you've carried ever since. When you lose someone you love, the pain of the loss is inevitable. And you have to feel it, you have to grieve it, you have to go through it. But clinging to that loss for years, reliving it again and again, resisting acceptance, desperately wishing it hadn't happened, that's the second arrow. That is the suffering we add to ourselves, and that is something we can let go of, not to forget the one we lost, nor to stop loving them, but to stop torturing ourselves, to make peace with what was, to continue living with an open heart instead of one closed by pain. The man remained silent for a long time, watching the sunset, absorbing those words. I've spent years shooting myself with the second arrow, she finally said, her voice breaking. Over and over again, reliving my losses, grieving, asking myself why, wishing things had been different. I've turned pain into suffering, and suffering into my way of life. I've identified with my wounds to the point where I no longer know who I would be without them. And that's why you've come, the monk said gently, because deep down you know there's another way to live. Not a way without pain, that's impossible, but a way without so much suffering. A way in which pain comes, you feel it, and it passes, without you letting it become a permanent wound. A way in which you can love and lose and love again, with an open heart, without closing yourself off, without hardening, without shooting yourself the second arrow over and over again. Look at the mountain, look at the pine trees. Throughout the centuries, they have endured terrible storms, winds that have torn off branches, snows that have bent their trunks, lightning that has split them. They have suffered wounds, many wounds, but they do not cling to those wounds. They do not relive past storms. They do not shoot themselves a second time. When the storm passes, they return to their serenity, to their presence. The scars remain on their bark, yes, as a testament to what they have lived through. But the tree continues to grow, continues to turn green, continues to live, with its heart open to the sky. We too should be like this, able to withstand the storms, to bear our scars, but without clinging to the wounds, without reliving past pain, always returning after each storm, to stillness, to presence, to peace. The man stayed several days at the monastery, and during those days, with the monk's patient guidance, he began the slow work of releasing the second set of arrows he had accumulated over the years. It wasn't easy. It wasn't quick. The pain was deeply rooted, the wounds festering, but the man began, at least, to see the difference between inevitable pain and added suffering, and to slowly release the weight he had carried for so long. When he left, he still limped, still carrying the pain of his injured leg and his past losses. But something had changed in his gaze. There was less suffering in her, less resistance, less lament. She had begun to make peace with her pain, to bear it differently, to let go of the second arrows. And the monk knew that, although his path would be long, he had taken the first step, the most important one. He had understood that suffering, unlike pain, is optional, and that he had the power to let it go. Part 19. The Teaching of the Mirror. More seasons passed, more years. The monk grew ever older, but he was also becoming more serene, more radiant. He lived in such a profound and constant peace that the few travelers who reached him felt it the moment they crossed the threshold, as if the entire monastery were imbued with a healing stillness. Once, a woman arrived who hated herself. She didn't say it in those words at first, but the monk saw it immediately in the way she spoke, moved, and looked at herself. She constantly criticized herself, reproached herself for everything, punished herself for every mistake, every flaw, every imperfection. She lived at war with herself, in an endless battle against a version of herself that was never good enough. "I'm a disaster," the monk told him. "I don't do anything right. I make mistakes constantly. I have 1,000 flaws. I should be better, stronger, wiser, more disciplined. I strive to improve, but it's never enough. I always fall short. I disappoint myself time and time again. How can I become the person I'm meant to be?" The monk listened to her and felt deep compassion for this woman who was so hard on herself. "Come," he said. "I want to show you something." He led her to the well and asked her to look at her reflection in the still, clear water. "What do you see?" he asked her. "I see myself," the woman replied, "and I see all my flaws. I see the wrinkles, the imperfections, the signs of the passage of time. I see a tired, defeated face." "Look again," said the monk, "but this time look as you would look at a suffering stranger. Look with the eyes you would use to look at a dear friend who was hurting. Look with kindness, with compassion, with love. What do you see now?" The woman looked again, striving to look with kindness instead of judgment, and little by little his expression changed. "I see," he said slowly, "I see someone who has suffered, who has tried very hard, who has tried again and again despite everything. I see someone tired, yes, but also brave, also resilient. I see someone who deserves compassion, who deserves love." "Yes," the monk said gently. "That's who you are, a person who has suffered and struggled and tried, just like everyone else. And you deserve your own compassion, your own love, your own kindness, just as anyone else who suffers would. But you deny yourself that. You treat yourself with a harshness you would never use on anyone else. You demand a perfection of yourself that you wouldn't demand of any other human being. You are cruel to yourself in a way that would be intolerable if you directed it at someone else. Tell me, if you had a dear friend who made a mistake, would you attack her, insult her, punish her, as you attack, insult, and punish yourself? Or would you comfort her, encourage her, Treat her with understanding and tenderness. I would comfort her, of course, the woman said. I would tell her that it's okay, that we all make mistakes, that I love her just the same, so why don't you treat yourself with that same kindness? Why do you reserve your cruelty only for yourself? You too are worthy of compassion. You too deserve to be treated with tenderness, especially by yourself. Kindness toward oneself is not weakness, nor self-indulgence, nor an excuse. It is the foundation of all health, all peace, all true growth. Why? How can you flourish if you constantly mistreat yourself? How can a plant grow if instead of watering it, you trample it every day? Treat yourself with kindness and you will flourish. Mistreat yourself and you will wither. And let me tell you something else about becoming the person you're supposed to be. That phrase is a trap. You live rejecting who you are now in the name of who you're supposed to be. But that you should be is a phantom, an idea that you never reach, because every time you get close, you push it further away. You live, therefore, in a permanent rejection of yourself, chasing an ideal version that doesn't exist. True growth doesn't come from rejecting who you are, but from accepting it. First, accept yourself as you are, fully, with your flaws and your virtues, your strengths and your weaknesses, and from that acceptance, from that self-love, you will grow naturally, not out of hatred for who you are, but out of love for who you can become. It's a paradox. Only when you stop rejecting yourself do you truly begin to grow. The woman listened to these words with tears in her eyes. They were words she had never said to herself before, words she had needed to hear for a long time. I've never been kind to myself, she said. I've always thought I had to be tough, demanding, that toughness would make me better. But it has only made me suffer. It has only kept me at war with myself, year after year. Then prove the opposite, said the monk. Prove kindness. The next time you make a mistake, instead of beating yourself up, put your hand on your heart and say to yourself gently, it's okay. I'm human. We all make mistakes. I love you just the same. The next time you criticize yourself, stop and ask yourself, would I speak to a dear friend like that? And if the answer is no, speak to yourself the way you would speak to that friend. Treat yourself as you would treat someone you love, because you too are worthy of love, beginning with self-love. The woman stayed at the monastery for several days, gradually learning the difficult art of being kind to herself. And although she knew it would be a lifelong endeavor, undoing years of hardship and self-criticism, she left with a new seed in her heart, the seed of self-compassion, which, if cultivated, would transform her relationship with herself, and with her entire life. Part 20th. The Lesson of the Wind and the Oak. A rigid man arrived at the monastery once. He was a person of strong convictions, firm principles, and unwavering ideas. He prided himself on his firmness, on never yielding, on always remaining true to his principles, on never giving in. But that same rigidity caused him constant suffering, because the world, which did not conform to his ideas, infuriated and frustrated him endlessly. The world is wrong, he told the monk. People act wrongly, think wrongly, live wrongly. My principles are clear. I know how things should be. I know what's right and what's wrong, but the world doesn't conform to my principles, and that infuriates me. I constantly fight to impose what I believe is right, to straighten what's crooked, to correct what's wrong. But the world resists, people resist, and I live in a constant battle, exhausted, frustrated, filled with anger at everything that isn't as it should be. The monk listened to him, and then led him to the edge of the pine forest, where an old oak tree also grew. A strong wind was blowing that day, shaking the trees. "Look at those trees," said the monk. "See how they respond to the wind." The man looked. The supple pines bent in the wind, swayed, danced with the gusts, yielding to its force, bowing and rising again. The old oak, on the other hand, rigid and firm, resisted the wind, standing upright and motionless, opposing the gusts with all its might. "The pine tree yields to the wind," said the monk. "It bends, it sways, it dances with it. It does not resist. And that's why, when the big storm arrives, the pine tree survives. It bends almost to the ground, but it doesn't break. And when the storm passes, it stands upright again, unscathed. The oak, on the other hand, resists the wind. It remains rigid, firm, inflexible. And that is why, when the great storm arrives, the oak, which does not yield, which does not bend, breaks, splits, falls. Its very strength, its very rigidity, is its downfall. You are like that oak tree. You pride yourself on your firmness, your rigidity, on never bending. But that very rigidity is the cause of your suffering. You resist the world, people, reality, instead of flowing with it. And that's why you live in a constant, exhausting battle that you can't win. Because the world is bigger than you, and no matter how much you resist, it will remain as it is. Wisdom lies not in the rigidity of the oak, but in the flexibility of the pine. Not in resisting, but in flowing. It's not about imposing your ideas on reality, but about adapting to what is, dancing with it, like the pine tree dances with the wind. But then the man protested. "Must I renounce my principles? Must I let the world sweep me along without resistance, without defending what I believe is right?" "It's not about renouncing your values," said the monk. "It's about not clinging to them so rigidly that you break. You can have values. You can act according to them. You can even work to improve the world. But do it with flexibility, with fluidity, with acceptance that the world is as it is, and that you cannot control it. Water is the perfect example. Water is soft, flexible, fluid. It yields to every obstacle, surrounds the rocks, adapts to any shape. And yet, nothing can stop water. With patience, with gentleness, with a flowing, progressive movement, water wears away the hardest rock. Once you've carved through the mountain, you reach the sea. True strength lies not in rigidity, but in flexibility. Not in resisting, but in flowing. Not in opposing the current, but in using it. You want to straighten the world by force. Impose your ideas on it. Bend it to your will. And that's why you fail and suffer. Learn from the water. Learn from the pine tree. Flow with reality instead of fighting against it. Accept that you cannot change it. And what you can change, change gently, patiently, flexibly. Like water changes rock, not all at once, not by force, but drop by drop, flowing, adapting, persisting. That way you'll achieve more and suffer less, because rigidity breaks, but flexibility endures. The man stood lost in thought, watching the pines bending in the wind and the oak that stood firm, rigid. And for the first time, perhaps, he glimpsed that his much valued firmness was not a virtue, but a trap, that his rigidity wasn't strength, but fragility, and that there was another way of being in the world, softer, more fluid, wiser, and at the same time, paradoxically, stronger and more effective. When he left, he hadn't suddenly become a flexible pine tree. Years of rigidity don't unravel in a few days, but something had softened within him. Something had begun to give way, to flow, and the monk trusted that in time, that rigid man would learn to bend with the winds of life instead of breaking against them. Part 21. The Peasant's Teaching. One of the stories the monk had learned from the old man, and which he in turn passed on to the travelers who came to him, was the story of an old peasant. He told it especially to those who arrived distressed by uncertainty, by fear of the future, by the need to know if what was happening to them was good or bad. Once upon a time, the monk recounted, there was an old peasant who lived with his son on a small farm. They were poor, but they had a horse that helped them plough the land, and with it they earned their living. One day, the horse ran away and fled to the mountains. When the neighbors found out, they went to the farmer's house to lament with him. "What a misfortune," they said. "You've lost your horse. What bad luck," the farmer replied calmly. "Good or bad, who knows?" A week later, the horse returned from the mountains, and he didn't return alone. He brought a herd of wild horses with him. Now the farmer had many horses. The neighbors returned, this time to congratulate him. "How fortunate," they said. "Now you have many horses. What good fortune?" And the farmer replied with the same calm. "Good or bad, who knows?" A few days later, the farmer's son, trying to tame one of the wild horses, fell and broke his leg. The neighbors began to lament again. "What a misfortune," they said. "Your son has broken his leg. What bad luck." And the farmer, once again, replied, "Good or bad, who knows?" After a few weeks, the army arrived in the village. They recruited all the young men for a distant and bloody war, from which few returned. But the farmer's son, who had a broken leg, wasn't taken. The neighbors returned once more. "How fortunate," they told him. "Your son has escaped the war. What good luck." And the peasant replied once more, "Good or bad, who knows?" The monk would then pause and look the traveler in the eye. "Do you understand the lesson of this story?" he would ask. And often the traveler would answer yes, that life is unpredictable, that we cannot know if what happens to us is good or bad in the long run. "That's part of the teaching," the monk said. "But there's something deeper." The peasant wasn't saying good or bad, who knows, just because life is unpredictable. He was saying it because he had understood something more profound. The labels of good and bad that we attach to events are creations of our minds, not realities of the facts. Facts simply happen. The horse ran away. That's a fact, neither good nor bad in itself. We are the ones who add the label of misfortune or fortune according to our desires, our fears, our limited perspective. The peasant lived in peace, serene in the face of all life's ups and downs. Because he had stopped labeling events as good or bad, he accepted them simply as they were, as events that occurred, without adding the weight of his judgments, without taking excessive joy at the seemingly good or excessive anguish at the seemingly bad. And that is why nothing disturbed him. While his neighbors went up and down on an emotional roller coaster, euphoric or desolate depending on the events, the peasant remained serene, at peace, equanimous, because he had let go of labels, because he accepted life as it came, without judging it. That equanimity, that serenity in the face of life's ups and downs, is one of the most precious fruits of practice. It doesn't mean indifference, nor coldness, nor ceasing to feel. It means not letting oneself be swept away by the roller coaster of events, not clinging to what is pleasant, nor rejecting what is unpleasant. Accept what comes with the same serenity, knowing that everything passes, that everything changes, that what seems like a misfortune today may reveal itself as a blessing tomorrow, and vice versa, and that ultimately, the labels of good and bad are creations of our minds, not realities of the facts. And the monk added, to conclude the teaching, apply this to your own life. When something happens that your mind wants to label as bad, try saying, like the peasant, good or bad, who knows? Don't rush to judge, to lament, to worry. Accept the fact as it is. Let go of the label and wait to see how life unfolds. And you will see that many things that seemed like misfortunes reveal themselves in time as blessings in disguise, and that the serenity of not judging saves you an enormous amount of unnecessary suffering. Part 22. The teaching of silence. As the years passed, the monk spoke less and less, not because he had less to say, but because he had come to understand more and more deeply the value of silence. He had learned that words, though useful, were also limited, that they pointed toward the truth, but were not the truth itself, and that often, the more one spoke of something, the further one strayed from its direct experience. Silence, he once told a traveler who couldn't bear to be quiet, who needed to fill every moment with words, with noise, with conversation, is the language of the profound. The deepest things cannot be expressed in words. The greatest love is best conveyed with a look, a presence, a shared silence, rather than 1,000 words. The most profound truth cannot be articulated. It can only be pointed to, suggested, and then silenced, allowing the silence to speak what words cannot. We live in a world full of noise. People talk without stopping, filling every moment with words, with conversation, with sound. And in the midst of all that noise, we lose touch with what is profound, with what is essential, with what is only revealed in silence. We fear silence. We avoid it, immediately filling it with anything, conversation, music, distractions. Because in silence we encounter ourselves, our own depths, and that frightens us. But silence is a treasure. In silence the mind quiets. In silence, murky water becomes clear. In silence we can hear what noise drowns out, the quiet voice of our own wisdom, the silent presence of the moment, the deep peace that dwells beneath everything. Learn to love silence. Learn to seek it, to cultivate it, to inhabit it. Don't be afraid of it. In silence you will find what noise has been hiding from you all your life. The traveler, who at first couldn't bear to be quiet, gradually learned, during his stay at the monastery, to inhabit silence. At first, he found it unbearable. The stillness distressed him. The emptiness drove him to despair. He felt an overwhelming need to speak, to fill the silence with anything. But the monk, with his serene presence, showed him that silence was not emptiness, but fullness, not absence, but presence, not nothingness, but everything. And little by little, the traveler began to savor the silence, to find in it a rest, a peace, a depth he had never known. He began to understand that many of his words throughout his life had been nothing more than an escape from silence, a way of avoiding himself, of not confronting his own depths. And by learning to inhabit silence, he began to encounter that depth, that quiet wisdom that had always been within him, waiting beneath the incessant noise of his words. When he left, he spoke less. And in his quietest speech there was paradoxically more wisdom, more presence, more depth than in all the words he had uttered before. For he had learned the value of silence. He had learned to inhabit it. He had learned that sometimes silence speaks louder than words, and that in silence one finds what words can never express. Part 23. The lesson of the two stonemasons. There was a traveler who came to the monastery consumed by comparison. He was a man who had a good life, health, work, family, everything necessary to live comfortably. And yet he lived embittered because he couldn't stop comparing himself to others. There was always someone who had more money, more success, more recognition, more talent, more luck. And every time he saw someone who had more, He felt a pang of envy, of dissatisfaction, of inferiority that poisoned his life. "I can't help it," he confessed to the monk. "I see someone else who has achieved more than I have, and I feel like a failure. I see someone else who has more than I do, and I feel poor, even though I'm not. I see someone else admired more than me, and I'm consumed by envy. No matter how much I have, I never feel satisfied, because there's always someone who has more. My life, which is objectively good, has become bitter because of this constant comparison. How can I free myself from it?" The monk listened with understanding and told him a story. Once upon a time, there were two stonemasons who worked together, chipping away at stone to build a great temple. They both did exactly the same job, striking the stone with chisel and hammer, day after day under the sun, sweating, straining. But the two men experienced that work in completely opposite ways. A traveler passing by approached the first stonemason and asked him, "What are you doing?" The first stonemason replied bitterly and annoyed, "Can't you see? I'm chipping away at stone. It's exhausting, monotonous, pointless work. My back is wrecked, the sun burns me, and I'm paid barely enough. Here I am, wasting my life, hammering stones while others live better than I do, with easier, better paying jobs. I curse the day I started this trade." The traveler continued walking and approached the second stonemason, who was doing exactly the same work, and asked him the same question. "What are you doing?" The second stonemason looked up, his eyes shining, and replied, "I'm building a cathedral. I'm participating in something grand, something beautiful, something that will last for centuries, long after I'm gone. Every stone I chip is part of a magnificent temple, where people will come to pray, to find solace, to seek the sacred for generations. I'm so fortunate to be able to dedicate my life to something so beautiful. And besides, look at this splendid day, this blue sky, this wonderful company. I am a lucky man. They both did the same work, the same stones, the same chisel, the same sun, the same sweat, the same pay, but one lived bitter, feeling like a failure, cursing his life, and the other lived gratefully, feeling fortunate, blessing his life. What was the difference? Not the circumstances, which were identical. The difference lay within them, in their perspective, in how they lived what they had to live. The monk paused and looked the traveler in the eye. "You are like the first stonemason," he said gently. "You have a good life, a life many would envy, but you live it with bitterness, comparing yourself to others, feeling like a failure without seeing the good fortune you possess. And the problem isn't your life, which is good, but your perspective, the way you live it. Comparison steals all your joy, because comparison is endless. No matter how much you have, no matter how much you achieve, there will always be someone who has more, who achieves more. If you constantly compare yourself to others, you are condemned to eternal dissatisfaction, even if you have everything. Envy is one of the most subtle and destructive poisons of the human heart. It makes you suffer for what others have, instead of enjoying what you have. It makes you poor in the midst of abundance, because you always look at those who have more, never at all that you already possess. It's like a man who has a garden full of beautiful flowers, but lives bitterly because his neighbor's garden has one more flower. He doesn't see his own flowers. He only sees the flower he lacks. "And how do I free myself from the comparison?" asked the traveler. "In two ways," replied the monk. "The first is gratitude. Instead of looking at those who have more, look at all that you already have. Count your blessings, not your lacks. Do you have your health? It's an immense treasure that many don't have. Do you have food to eat? a place to sleep, people who love you. You are richer than most beings who have ever existed. You can see the sky, feel the sun, breathe the air, contemplate the beauty of the world. These are infinite gifts we take for granted. When you begin to see and appreciate what you have, instead of lamenting what you lack, envy dissolves, because you realize you are already immensely fortunate. The second way is to understand that comparison itself is an illusion. When you compare yourself to someone else, you compare your inner self with all its doubts, fears, and difficulties that you know firsthand, to their outward appearance, their image of success and happiness. But you know their inner self. You don't know their doubts, fears, suffering, or sleepless nights. The person you envy for having more may envy someone else who has even more and lives just as dissatisfied as you. Comparison is always unfair and always false, because you're comparing things that aren't comparable. Your complete reality with the partial appearance of the other. Let go of the comparison. Stop looking at the neighbor's garden. Cultivate your own. Water it, nurture it, enjoy it, and you'll discover that your garden, lived with presence and gratitude, is more than enough to fill you with joy. You don't need to have more than anyone else. You just need to fully experience what you have. The second stonemason had no more than the first. He simply lived the same things better. Be like the second stonemason. Build your cathedral. Bless your day, and you will be free. The traveler remained silent for a long time, absorbing those words that touched the very core of his bitterness. And during the days he spent at the monastery, he began to practice gratitude, to let go of comparison, to look at his own garden instead of his neighbor's. It wasn't easy. The habit of comparing himself was deeply ingrained in him. But he began to glimpse another way of living, a way in which the good fortune of others was not a wound to him, but one in which he could even rejoice, and in which his own life lived with gratitude was more than enough to fill him with peace. When he left, he still hadn't completely shaken off the comparison. That takes time, but he took with him the story of the two stonemasons, and the question the monk had taught him to ask himself whenever envy assailed him. Am I chipping away at stone, or am I building a cathedral? Because the difference, he had understood, was not in the stone, but in him. Part 24. The Lesson of the Moon. Of all the stories the monk had learned from the old man, there was one he especially loved, and which he often told to travelers, particularly those who arrived clinging to their possessions, fearful of losing, unable to give. Once upon a time, the monk would tell, there was an old hermit who lived alone in a small hut high on a mountain, not unlike this one. He had almost nothing. A humble hut, a mat to sleep on, a bowl to eat from, a few worn clothes, but he lived in peace, serene and happy, because he had understood that true wealth lies not in what one possesses, but in who one is. One night, while the hermit was outside gazing at the moon, a thief entered his hut, looking for something to steal. But of course he found nothing. The hut was empty. There were no treasures, no valuables, nothing worth taking. The thief searched everywhere, growing increasingly frustrated, finding nothing. When the hermit returned and found the thief in his hut, he wasn't frightened, angry, or shouting. He looked at him calmly, almost with compassion, and said, "You've come a long way to get here, and I don't want you to leave empty-handed. But, as you can see, I have nothing of value to offer you. All I have are the clothes I'm wearing. Here, take them." And with that, the hermit took off his clothes and handed them to the thief. The thief, bewildered and astonished by this unexpected gesture, grabbed his clothes and fled, completely bewildered, deeply troubled by the generosity of the man he had come to rob. and the hermit remained there, naked in his empty hut, bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window. Far from lamenting, he gazed at the moon, beautiful and full in the night sky, and sighed, saying to himself with a smile, "Poor man, I only wish I could have given him this beautiful moon as well." The monk would then pause, letting the image sink in for the traveller. "I only wish I could have given him this moon too," he would repeat. Do you understand the depth of those words? The hermit had nothing, and yet he had everything. He had been robbed, and yet he had lost nothing that mattered to him. He was naked in an empty hut, and yet was immensely rich, because he possessed the only things that truly matter: the moon, the sky, the night, the beauty of the world, the peace of his own heart. And those things can't be stolen. Nobody can take them from you. They're yours always, wherever you are, whatever you have. The thief, on the other hand, who had come to steal, was the truly poor one, poor in spirit, a slave to his greed, unable to see the moon, unable to appreciate beauty, a prisoner of his need to possess. He took some old clothes, but left as poor as he had come, even poorer, because he carried the weight of his own meanness. And the hermit, who had been robbed, remained rich, free, and at peace, gazing at the moon. The monk then looked at the traveller and said, "We live clinging to our possessions, fearful of losing them, defining ourselves by what we own. We accumulate and accumulate, believing that the more we have, the safer and happier we'll be. But it's the opposite. The more you possess, the more you have to lose, the more afraid you are, the more enslaved you become to your possessions. The things you think you own, in reality, own you. They bind you, worry you, chain you." The hermit, who had nothing, was the freest man in the world, because he had nothing to lose, nothing to defend, nothing to tie him down. And that's why she could give away even her clothes with a smile. And her only regret was not being able to give away the moon as well. True generosity is born from that freedom. Those who cling to their possessions cannot give, because giving hurts. It takes from them. It impoverishes them in their own eyes. But those who understand that things are not what matters, that true wealth lies elsewhere, give with joy, effortlessly, because in giving they lose nothing essential, and because they know that giving is one of life's greatest joys. Giving is opening your heart. Giving is letting go. Giving is liberating yourself. He who gives becomes rich. He who hoards becomes poor. That is one of the great paradoxes of existence. I'm not telling you to renounce everything, to remain naked in an empty hut. Everyone has their own path, and life in this world requires certain things. But I tell you, don't cling to things. Don't define yourself by what you have. Don't let your possessions become your prison. Have what you need, enjoy it, but with open hands, ready to let go, ready to give, knowing that none of it is truly yours, that everything is borrowed, that you will leave it all behind someday, and that the only wealth you will take with you, if you take anything at all, is the wealth of your heart, the love you gave, the kindness you sowed, the peace you cultivated, the moon you knew how to contemplate. And the monk would finish his teaching with a smile, gazing out the window at the sky, where perhaps the moon shone, beautiful and full, above the silent mountain. That moon, he would say, is there for everyone, for the rich and the poor, for those who have much and those who have nothing. No one can possess it, and therefore everyone can enjoy it. Learn to enjoy the moon, the things you don't own, but can truly experience. Beauty, love, friendship, peace, presence, the miracle of being alive. These are the true riches, and they are available to everyone, free of charge, without needing to accumulate or possess anything. You only need to have your eyes open to see them and your heart open to receive them. The traveler who had arrived clinging to his possessions, fearful of loss, incapable of giving, left the monastery with his heart a little more open, his hands a little looser, his eyes a little more capable of seeing the moon. And although it would take him a lifetime to break the habit of clinging, he had glimpsed, thanks to the story of the hermit and the moon, another way of being in the world, freer, more generous, richer in what truly matters, though poorer in what matters nothing. Part 25. The monk's old age. The years continued to pass, inexorable and serene, like the water of a river flowing ceaselessly to the sea. The monk grew old, very old. His hair, which years before had turned white, was now sparse and fine as silk. Her face was etched with deep wrinkles, maps of a life lived to the fullest. Her body, once agile and strong, had become frail, slow, bent by the weight of years, but her spirit remained luminous, serene, at peace. In fact, with old age, that peace seemed to have grown even deeper, more stable, more constant. The monk lived his final years in a state of almost constant serenity, full presence, and unwavering gratitude. Each day seemed a gift to him, each sunrise a miracle, each breath a blessing. He could no longer do all the tasks he used to do. Drawing water from the well took a great effort. Working in the garden exhausted him. The long walks in the mountains, which he had loved so much, were no longer within his reach. But the monk accepted these limitations with the same serenity with which he had accepted everything throughout his life. Without complaint, without resistance, flowing with the natural decline of his body, as he had learned to flow with everything. And above all, he continued sweeping the snow. Every winter, when the snow fell on the mountain, the old monk went out into the courtyard. He took the broom, that same broom of branches that the old man had used, that he had used for so many years, its handle polished smooth by the rubbing of so many hands over so many years. And he swept, slowly, very slowly, with long, trembling movements, but always present, always serene, always at peace. Over the years, sweeping had become the heart of his practice, the symbol of all his wisdom. In that simple and humble gesture of sweeping the snow that never stopped falling, all the teaching was contained. Full presence in the moment, acceptance of what is, letting go of the need to finish, doing without attachment to the result, finding peace not in the end, but in the process, not somewhere far away, but here, now, in this snowflake, in this stone, in this movement of the broom. One winter afternoon, as he swept slowly through the falling snow, the old monk paused, leaning on his broom, and gazed at the courtyard, the snow-laden pines, the silent white sky, and felt a surge of gratitude so immense that his eyes filled with tears. What a full life I have had, he thought. What an immense gift. I climbed this mountain so many years ago, lost, restless, empty, desperately searching for something I couldn't name, and I found not what I was looking for, but something infinitely better. I found peace. I found presence. I found home, not in a place, but in the moment. I discovered that life, lived fully, is a constant miracle, an endless blessing, and all thanks to an old monk who taught me how to sweep snow. Thank you, Master, wherever you are, one with the mountain, with the sky, with everything. Thank you. And it seemed to her, in the silence of the snowy afternoon, that the old man was answering her, not with words, but with the snow itself, with the silence itself, with the very peace that enveloped her, because the old man had not left. He lived in the falling snow, in the silence of the mountain, in the presence of the monk, in every snowflake he swept away with full attention. Waves are born and die, but the ocean remains, and the ocean of presence and peace, of which both the old man and the monk had been waves, was still there, vast, immortal, eternal, embracing everything. The monk knew his days were drawing to a close. He felt it in his increasingly frail body, in his dwindling energy. But he was not afraid. She had stared death in the face her entire life. She had contemplated it. She had accepted it. And now that it was approaching, I greeted it not with terror, but with serenity, almost with curiosity, as one greets an old acquaintance, as one welcomes the final chapter of a good story. When my time comes, I thought, I will leave as my master left, in peace, serene, grateful, without struggle, without fear, accepting the natural order of things. I will return to the source from which I came, to the mountain, to the sky, to everything, and another wave will dissolve again into the ocean from which it was never, in truth, separated. And while thinking this, he continued sweeping, slowly, serenely, presently, while the snow fell on the mountain, silent and eternal, covering the world in white, in stillness, in peace. Part 26. The arrival of the young man. And then, one afternoon in late autumn, when almost all the leaves had fallen, and the wind carried the first scent of winter, someone knocked on the monastery door. The old monk, who was resting by the fire, raised his head. It had been a long time since anyone had climbed the mountain. The travellers, who once came from time to time, had become less frequent over the years, and for several winters now, the monk had lived completely alone, in a serene and profound solitude that did not weigh on him at all. But now someone was calling. The monk rose slowly, with effort, leaning on a staff, and went to open the door. On the threshold stood a young man. He looked tired, dusty, his clothes worn from a long journey. His face was tense, his eyes restless. He had the air of someone carrying an invisible weight, searching for something without quite knowing what. The monk looked at him, and as he did, he felt as if he were looking through time, as if he were seeing his own reflection from so many years ago, because that young man was almost exactly as he himself had been when he arrived at that very door, so many winters before. Lost, restless, empty, searching for something he couldn't name. "Have you walked far?" the monk asked. It wasn't a question. It was a serene observation, spoken in a soft, slightly hoarse voice, like the sound of water flowing over stones. And as he said it, as he heard his own words, the monk felt a shudder, for they were exactly the same words the old man had spoken to him on that very threshold, so many years before. "Yes," the young man replied, "I have come from very far away. And what are you looking for here so high up, where hardly anyone goes?" The young man opened his mouth to answer, but found he didn't know what to say. And the monk saw in his face the same confusion, the same inability to put into words what he was looking for, that he himself had felt so many years before. "I don't know," the young man finally said, with a sincerity that seemed to surprise even him. "I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. I only know that I cannot rest, that there is something inside me that never falls silent." The monk smiled, and in his smile there was infinite tenderness, profound compassion, and also a serene joy, the joy of recognizing himself in that young man, and of knowing what the young man did not yet know, that he had arrived at the right place, that he had unknowingly found the beginning of the path that would lead him to peace. "That is a good answer," said the monk, "much better than any of those you had prepared." The young man blushed, because it was true, and because he didn't understand how the monk could know. And the monk, seeing his blush, remembered his own blush from so many years ago at the same words, and his heart filled with an even deeper tenderness. "Come in," said the old monk, stepping aside to make room for him. "It's cold, and night is about to fall. You won't find answers here because I don't have them, but you will find a fire, a bowl of soup, and a corner to sleep in. Sometimes that's more than a man needs." The young man crossed the threshold, and the monk closed the door behind him with a soft click, leaving outside the cold, the journey, the weariness, and letting in that restless young man who, unknowingly, was beginning the most important journey of his life, the journey inward, the journey toward peace. That night the monk fed the young man a simple soup of vegetables and roots. He let him rest by the fire, and then led him to a small bare cell, the same cell in which he himself had slept his first night so many years before. And the young man, exhausted from the long journey, slept soundly, without restless dreams, without the constant murmur of thoughts that had kept him awake so many nights. He slept as the earth sleeps beneath the snow, as water rests at the bottom of a well. And the monk, gazing at the sleeping young man, felt a profound peace, a serene joy, and also something more, something he had not felt for a long time, a sense of purpose, a reason, a task. For he understood that this young man had come for a reason. He understood that the wheel was turning, that the cycle was complete, that now it was his turn to be for that young man what the old man had been for him. He understood that he had one last thing to do before leaving, to pass on what he had received, to carry on the torch, to teach that restless young man the art of sweeping snow. "That's why you've come," he thought, looking at the sleeping young man. "And that's why I've lived so long, so I could give you what I was given, so the chain wouldn't break, so the teaching would live on, passing from one heart to another, from one generation to another, as it has for centuries, from nameless master to nameless disciple, in an unbroken stream of presence and peace." Part 27th. The first snowfall. Again, when the young man awoke the next morning, a soft white light filled the cell. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. Then he remembered. The road, the mountain, the monastery, the old monk. He sat up on the mat and looked out the narrow window. It was snowing. The snowflakes fell slowly, in a slow, silent dance, settling on the windowsill, on the pine branches, on the stones of the patio. The whole world had turned white during the night, and continued to whiten, flake by flake, with a patience that seemed endless. The young man stood for a while watching, mesmerized by that soft, constant movement, feeling something inside him calm down to the rhythm of the falling snow. He got up, left the cell, and looked for the monk. He found him in the courtyard. The old monk was standing in the middle of the courtyard with a broom made of branches in his hands, sweeping away the snow. He did it slowly, very slowly, with long, trembling movements, pushing the flakes to the edges, clearing the stones from the center. And while he swept, the snow kept falling, settling again on the stones he had just cleared, covering them once more in white. The young man stared bewildered, just as the monk had stared bewildered so many years before. The monk swept, and the snow fell again. He cleared a patch of ground, and before he finished, that same patch was already turning white again. It was a pointless task, an impossible task, a task destined to fail from the very beginning. And yet the old monk continued sweeping, calm and serene, without a trace of frustration, as if he didn't realize that his work was being undone as quickly as he was doing it. "Good morning," said the monk, without looking up, as if he had known the young man was there all along. "Did you sleep well?" Yes, replied the young man. Very good. I haven't slept in years. I'm glad. The first sleep on the mountain is always deep. The air up here cleanses something inside. I don't quite know what, but it cleanses. The young man took a few steps closer, looking at the broom, the snow, the courtyard that was constantly turning white. Forgive me, he said cautiously, but you're sweeping the snow, and it's still snowing. You barely clear a bit before it grows back. Isn't it a pointless effort? The old monk stopped, leaned on his broom, and looked at the young man with those small, serene eyes, deepened by the years. And then he smiled. A broad, calm smile lit up his wrinkled face, because it was exactly the same question he had asked so many years ago. The same question everyone asks. The question of someone who still doesn't understand. Useless, he repeated, as if the word struck him as odd. Tell me, why do you think I sweep the snow? To clear the yard? To get rid of it? And do I succeed? The young man looked at the stones, which were already being covered again. No, he admitted. You can't do it. Then, if I swept the snow away, I'd be right. It would be a pointless effort, because the snow is faster than me, and more patient, and more consistently. Snow always wins, always. But I don't sweep the snow away. Then why are you sweeping it? The old monk picked up the broom again with both trembling hands and resumed his slow, rhythmic motion. I sweep the snow to sweep the snow away, he said simply. This movement, this flake, this stone. I don't sweep so the patio will be clean in an hour, or to finish, or to achieve anything. I sweep because I am sweeping now. And while I sweep, I do nothing but sweep. That's all. That's enough. The young man frowned, straining to understand, just as the monk had strained so many years before. But then you'll never finish. No, said the monk, and there was a quiet joy in his voice. I will never finish. And that's fine. Who said things have to end? The day doesn't end, it turns into night. The night doesn't end, it turns into day. Winter doesn't end, it becomes spring. Your breath doesn't end with each exhalation. It becomes the next inhalation. Nothing ever truly ends. Everything transforms, everything continues, everything flows. The idea of ending is an idea we carry in our heads, not something that truly exists in the world. And so, in that snowy courtyard, high on the mountain, the old monk began to impart to the young man the same teaching he had received so many years before, in that very place, from the lips of another master, now gone. The wheel turned. The cycle was complete. The torch passed from one hand to the other, and the teaching, ancient as the mountains, eternal as the snow, remained alive, passed from heart to heart, from generation to generation. Would you like to try? The monk suddenly said, offering him the broom. The young man took it. It was lighter than he expected, made of thin branches tied to a wooden handle polished by many hands over many years. He held it awkwardly, unsure how to begin. Sweep, said the monk, but don't sweep to remove snow. You sweep just to sweep. Feel the broom in your hands. Feel the weight of your body. Watch the snow move. Listen to the sound of the branch on the stone. Don't think about stopping. Don't think about anything. Just sweep. And the young man began to sweep, badly at first, with abrupt and uneven movements, becoming frustrated every time he saw what he had just cleared covered up again, just as had happened to the monk so many years before. But the monk was by his side, patient, serene, gently guiding him, teaching him to let go of the idea of finishing, to stop fighting the snow, to sweep simply for the sake of sweeping. And the monk knew, watching the young man, that he was doing what he had come to do in this world, that his long life had found its ultimate meaning, that he could depart in peace when his time came, knowing that the teaching would live on, that the torch had passed to other hands, that the restless young man who had just arrived would undertake the same journey he had undertaken, and that one day, perhaps many years later, that same young man, now old, would welcome another restless young man at that same door and teach him to sweep the snow, and the wheel would keep turning, and the teaching would live on, eternal as the snow that fell on the mountain. 28. The last winter. The young man stayed at the monastery, and just as the monk had foreseen, he embarked on the same journey he had undertaken so many years before. He learned to sweep snow, to meditate in silence, to perform simple tasks with full presence. He went through the same trials, the same doubts, the same temptations to leave, the same moments of darkness and the same glimpses of light. And the monk accompanied him every step of the way, with the same patience, the same kindness, the same wisdom with which the old man had accompanied him. But the monk was very old, and his body was failing. That winter, the last they would spend together, the monk grew weaker and weaker. It was difficult for him to get up, difficult for him to move, difficult even to sweep the snow, though he continued to do so every day as long as he could, faithful to his lifelong practice. The young man, who in just a few months had come to love the old monk deeply, cared for him with devotion, just as the monk so many years before had cared for the old man. He fed him, clothed him, and watched over him as he rested, and the monk accepted this care with the same serenity with which he had accepted everything throughout his life, grateful, at peace, without fear. "Don't feel sorry for me," he would say to the young man, who sometimes couldn't hold back his tears. "I have lived a long and full life, a present, awake, peaceful life. I have savored every strawberry that the path has offered me. I leave happy, grateful, without regrets, and I leave with peace of mind, because I know the teaching is in good hands. You will continue it. You will pass it on someday to another inquisitive young person who knocks on this door, and so the chain will not break. Thus the light will continue to pass from one candle to another, never going out. One night, in the dead of winter, when the snow fell heavily and silently on the mountain, the old monk knew his time had come. He felt it with the same serenity his master had felt it so many years before, without alarm, without fear, with a calm acceptance. "Son," he said to the young man in a whisper, "the time has come. I am leaving tonight." The young man, although he had known that this moment was approaching, felt his heart break. Tears welled up before he could stop them. "No," he murmured, "not yet. I have so much to learn from you. Aki hum." The monk smiled weakly, and with a tremendous effort raised a hand and placed it on the young man's, just as the old man had done with him. "You already have everything you need," he said. "It's inside you. I've only pointed it out to you. You'll discover the rest yourself, with time, with practice, with life. Trust. Keep sweeping the snow. Keep being present, and one day you will understand, deep within your soul, all that you do not yet understand. I promise you. And when I am gone, I want to ask you one last thing. Go out into the yard and sweep the snow, tonight or tomorrow morning, as you do every day. Don't let my death interrupt the practice, not even for a single day. Sweep the snow, present, serene. And in every flake you sweep, I will be there, and my teacher will be there, the old man who taught me, and all the teachers who came before us throughout the ages will be there, because none of us are these bodies that fade away. We are the presence that is transmitted, and that presence does not die. Live within yourself now. Live in every flake you sweep with full attention. I will, the young man promised, his voice breaking. "I will." The monk smiled, content. He turned his head toward the window, toward the snow falling softly and silently in the darkness of the night. "Look," she said in a very low voice. "Look how beautiful. The snow, falling, without haste, without struggle. Each flake, unique, every single flake, perfect. How beautiful everything is. How beautiful everything has been. What a gift, life. What a gift, every moment." And then, as the snow continued to fall outside, soft and silent, the old monk closed his eyes. He breathed one last long, peaceful sigh, and he was gone. He left as he had lived, and as his teacher had left before him, in peace, calm, without struggle, without fear, accepting the natural order of things. She left like leaves falling in autumn, like snow melting in spring. Like the setting sun at the end of the day, he returned to the source from which he had come, the mountain, to the sky, to everything. Just another wave dissolving back into the ocean from which it had never, in reality, been separated. Part 29. The continuation. The young man stayed a long time beside the monk's body, weeping silently, holding her hand, which was still warm. Feeling the immense pain of loss, he wept without restraint, letting the pain wash over him, just as the monk had begun to teach him. She wept for the loss, for the absence, for the void left by that serene and kind man, whom she had come to love so much in just a few months. But in the midst of his pain, he also remembered the monk's words, and the words the monk had told him the old man had said to him, that he should not forget, alongside his pain, his gratitude, that she could hold both things at once, tears and a smile, winter and spring. And so, through tears, the young man also began to feel gratitude. Gratitude for having met that monk, for having received his teachings, for the immense luck of having knocked on that door just in time, just before the monk left, to receive from him the torch that he was now destined to carry. When he had cried as much as he needed to, the young man stood up. He remembered the monk's last request, and although his heart was heavy, even though tears were still streaming down her cheeks, she went out to the patio and picked up the broom. That same broom made of branches that the old man had used, that the monk had used, and that now it was his turn to use. And she began to sweep the snow. She swept slowly, with long, rhythmic movements, just as the monk had taught him, in those few but intense months. The snow kept falling, landing on the stones he cleared, covering them in white again. But the young man was not frustrated. He didn't fight it. He didn't wish it were any other way. Or at least, whenever frustration or desire arose, he let it go, and back to the broom, to the movement, to the snowflake, to the stone. He only swept, present, calm, awake, to the extent that I was still able. It wasn't much yet, but it was a start, and in every snowflake she swept away, she felt the monk's presence, alive, close, just as he had promised her. He felt that the monk hadn't completely left, that he lived on in that practice, in that gesture, in that presence that had begun to be transmitted to him. And he also felt beyond the monk the presence of the old man he had never met, and of all the masters who had preceded them throughout the centuries, in an unbroken chain of presence and peace that now somehow passed through him, through his broom, through every snowflake he swept with full attention. The next day, the young man buried the monk's body in a corner of the garden, next to the old pine tree. It was the same spot where years before the monk had buried the old man. He dug the grave with his own hands, in the frozen land of winter, And there he laid his master's body, covering it with earth and then with snow. He put up no headstone, no sign, no name. He knew from the few things the monk had told him that the monk wouldn't have cared, that, like the old man, he preferred to return to the nameless land, unmarked, merging with everything. And then the young man was left alone, in the empty monastery, high on the mountain, surrounded by snow and silence, just as the monk had been left alone years before, just as no doubt others had been left alone before him, throughout the centuries, in that same place. After his teachers left, the young man did not feel as alone as he had feared, for although his teacher was no longer physically present, he felt his presence everywhere. In the monastery he had cared for, in the broom he had used, in the teachings he had imparted, in the snow that fell on the mountain. And I felt also a task, a purpose, one way to continue the practice, continue the simple and profound life of the monastery, continue sweeping the snow. And one day, when another restless young man knocks at the door, lost, empty, searching for something I couldn't name, take him in, feed him, give him a place to sleep, and teach him to sweep the snow, so the chain wouldn't break, so the light would keep passing from one candle to the other, never going out. The days passed, the weeks, the months passed. The young man lived his first winter alone in the mountains, and then his first spring, his first summer, his first autumn. He went through the same trials the monk had gone through, the loneliness that weighs heavily at first, and then transforms into intimacy with everything, the doubts and darkness that come and go. Glimpses of light appear when least expected, and little by little, it began to stir. It matured, just like the monk in the back and yang, ready, a spring morning, almost one or after the monk's death. As he swept the yard, the young man suddenly stopped. Something had changed. He didn't know what, but the audio changed. He looked around, the mountain, the pine trees, the sky, the patio I was sweeping, and suddenly she felt such a deep peace, so complete, so absolute. Tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't a peace that came from outside, from circumstances. It was a peace that sprang from within, from the deepest part of his being, without cause, without reason, for no reason. And he understood, not with his mind, but with his whole being. He understood what the monk had tried to convey. He understood that the peace he sought had never been anywhere else, that it had always been here, in it, at this moment, in this snowflake, in this gesture of sweeping. She understood that there was nothing to achieve, no place to arrive. There were no goals to achieve. Everything, absolutely everything I needed was already here, now, in the eternal present of the moment. And in that instant of understanding, he felt the presence of the monk, and that of the old man, and that of all the teachers of the past, smiling, somewhere, everywhere, nowhere, blended into the mountain, with the sky, with everything. And he knew that he too now was part of that chain, that he too was now a link in that unbroken current of presence and peace that flowed through the centuries, from heart to heart, from master to disciple, from disciple to master, without end. Epilogue. The snow keeps falling, and so the wheel keeps turning. The snow continues to fall on the mountain, soft and silent, flake by flake, with endless patience. And in the old wooden monastery, darkened by centuries, someone continues sweeping the snow, not to be finished, not to remove it, just to sweep it away, just to be present, just to fully inhabit this snowflake, this stone, this movement of the broom, This instant that is the only one that exists. Many winters have passed since then. The young man who knocked on the door became, over the years, a serene old monk, and he, in turn, took in another restless young man, and he taught him how to sweep the snow. And then he left in peace, as all before him had left, and that other young man grew old in turn, and took in another, and so on, in a chain that stretches back and forth in time, with no known beginning and no foreseeable end, because teaching never dies. Bodies fade away, people come and go, names are forgotten, but the presence, the peace, the wisdom that is passed from heart to heart, that remains, that lives on, that flows through the centuries like an underground river that never runs dry. Waves are born and die, but the ocean remains. Clouds appear and dissolve, but the sky remains. The monks who sweep the snow are born and die, but the snow keeps falling, and the lute continues to be passed from hand to hand, and the presence continues to be transmitted. Eternal, immortal, endless, and perhaps, at this very moment, on some distant mountain, in some old monastery lost among the clouds, someone is sweeping away the snow. Slowly, calmly, presently, without haste, without struggle, without wanting to end, fully inhabiting the moment, savoring the strawberry of the moment, at peace with what is, grateful for the immense gift of being alive, of breathing, of being able to watch the snow fall. And perhaps that same peace, that same presence, is within reach of anyone who wants to seek it. Not on a distant mountain, not in an old monastery, not in a wise teacher, but here, now, wherever you are, in whatever moment you are living, in whatever gesture you hold in your hands. Because a mountain is not just a mountain. A monastery is not just a monastery. Snow is not just snow. They are symbols, images, signs that point to something inside you. It's always been inside you, waiting for you to stop looking for it elsewhere. You can sweep the snow away too. You too can be present. You too can find peace by not finishing your tasks, by not achieving your goals, not getting anywhere, but fully inhabiting the moment you are living, whatever it may be. Wherever you are, the snow of your life keeps falling, flake by flake, day by day. Don't sweep it to finish. Sweep it to live. Sweep it to be present. Sweep it to savor the simple and profound miracle of each moment. And now, as this story comes to an end, let its calm remain with you. Let the snow keep falling, softly and silently, inside you, covering the day's worries in white, quieting the murmur of thoughts, settling upon your heart like a blanket of peace. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to achieve nothing. Just being here, now, resting, breathing in, letting go, letting your breath out, making long and smooth, like the movement of a broom across a stone. May your body sink, heavy and peaceful, into rest, like snow settling on the earth. Let your mind quiet down, like murky water that clears when left to rest, and let yourself drift, little by little, effortlessly, without haste, into a deep and restorative sleep, while the snow continues to fall, eternal and serene, upon the silent mountain of your own being. Rest, let go, sleep, everything is all right. This moment is enough. You are enough, and the snow, soft and silent, continues to fall, covering everything in white, in stillness, in peace.